Hello friends, welcome to the complete Next.js 14 tutorial. Next.js is the most popular React framework and it's used by thousands of websites and applications. All these companies trust Next.js because it's so easy to create fast and secure web applications with it. And this tutorial includes everything you need to know about the new version of Next.js, including the app router, server-side and client-side rendering, data fetching, API routes and server actions, authentication, and more. And by the end of the video, you'll have created this full-stack application. We'll create all these pages using the app router, and you'll learn the folder structure and the layouts. After that, we will fetch all these posts from our database, and you'll understand the static and dynamic data fetching, caching, and revalidating. Then we will implement the authentication. We will be able to log in and register with social media accounts or user credentials, and log out using this button. And you'll see how easy it is to protect routes on the server side using custom user roles and Next.js middleware. Right now I'm not authenticated, and if I try to reach the posts, I'll be redirected to the login page because only users can access the data. And if I log in as an admin, this button will show up and I'll be able to reach the admin dashboard. And in this dashboard, I can remove users and posts or add new ones. And during this process, we don't have to refresh the page or use any library to see the changes because we are gonna be using the new server actions. Thanks to this awesome feature, we can mutate our data on the server side. I will also show you Next.js API routes, and we'll compare the cons and pros of server actions and API routes. This tutorial is gonna teach you everything to create a full stack web application, but if you wanna go deeper and learn every little detail of React and Next.js, I invite you to join the React Next.js Master Course waitlist. If you are interested, the link will be in the description below. And after joining the waitlist, please let me know what your expectations are, because I want to give you the maximum benefit instead of just recording regular tutorials. Okay, after this information, if you are ready, let's get started. Okay, I created a new folder, and inside this folder, let's install our Next.js application. Let's open up the Next.js documentation, next.js.org, and I will click on Get Started, and I will say Installation. Before starting, make sure that Node.js is installed on your computer, but if you are watching this video, you probably already have. After that, we will create our new app using this command. I will copy and open up my terminal, and I will paste my code. I will install everything inside this folder, so I will say dot. If you don't write dot, it's gonna create a new folder. I don't wanna do that. I will say enter, and it's gonna provide some options that we can choose. You can use TypeScript or JavaScript. We are gonna be using ESLint. It basically allows us to see our potential errors before running our application, and it's gonna save a lot of time. You can choose Tailwind or plain CSS. But it's not our concern for this tutorial because we will not be primarily focusing on the design part. I want to use the source directory. It helps me to organize my files. I will explain this in a moment. We are going to be using app router, of course. We don't have to customize our imports. And it's going to install our app. And it's ready. This is how we can create a Next app. But if you do that, it's gonna install some unnecessary files, HTML elements that we are not gonna use, and some styles. So before starting, we have to delete all these items. And also when you use this command, it's gonna install the latest version. But if you watch this video after the release date, it might be a different version. And if you want to prevent any potential errors, I highly recommend you use my GitHub repository. The link will be in the description below. Just find this branch and use this repo for this tutorial. Because I will show you some experimental Next.js features also, so even if those features become stable, you will be able to run your application without any problem. So you can come here and download this repository and open up your folder with VS Code. But you are a developer, so you should get used to using Git. So instead of downloading, come here and copy this URL and use this URL in your terminal. Firstly, I'm gonna delete everything here. And of course, I should delete the Git folder. Otherwise, we will not be able to clone any other GitHub repository. And you can say git clone and this URL. But the better way is fork this repository. So you can create your own repo, and using this repo, you can keep track of your progress. Because it will be a long tutorial, so you can commit your changes daily. So after doing that, come here and copy your own URL. So again, I will say git clone is gonna be your URL and dot and enter. If you have any problem here, instead of using the same folder, just create a new one and clone your repository. Okay. As you can see, we don't have our libraries. Let's install them using npm install. And our application is ready. Let's start. I will say npm run and dev. So it's gonna run our application in the development mode. As you can see, our app is running on this port number. Let's open up. And that's all. We don't have any default HTML elements. Our page is here, so we are gonna create everything from scratch. But before that, let me explain the folder structure. We have some configuration files here. Package.json shows our dependencies. Inside next.config.js, we are gonna write our Next.js configurations. So we will be able to use Next.js experimental features, or we will be able to use different URLs to show our images. You are gonna see all of them later. Inside JavaScript configuration, as you can see, it provides a default path, and it's gonna be our source folder. So instead of writing the exact path, we can use this sign and import our files. What I mean by that? If you remember when we use React, we were calling our components something like that, import Navbar for example, and from the previous folder and maybe other folders, and finally components and our Navbar component. But instead of doing this, we can directly say add sign, and it basically means go to the source folder. And inside this source folder, components and Navbar. So in this way, it's much easier to import our files without digging nested folders. And this is gonna be our ESLint rules. When we make our first mistake, you are gonna understand how it works. And inside source directory, we have the app folder. But before that, we have our public folder here. We are gonna have our images, videos, or other media contents. These are our libraries. When we install a new library using our terminal, it's going to install them here. And this folder includes our cached application. When we make any change, it's going to cache our files. And when we build our app, our build folder will be here. Okay, so let's talk about the app router. It's the biggest feature of Next.js because we don't have to worry about routing. Let me show you how it works. App router allows us to navigate between our pages easily. In React, we need a library and some configurations to do that, but in Next.js, we are able to do this by using the app folder. And we can create all our pages using this app directory. Let's say we have 4 main pages. It's gonna be the home page, about page, contact page, and the blog page. And I'm gonna write their path names, which are the part of the URL that come after the domain name, like / about, contact, and blog. So we can navigate between pages using these path names. The only thing I should do is create the page folder inside the app directory, for example, for the home page. We don't need to create any folder because we don't have any path name. So I'm gonna create here a file, and the file name has to be page, and the extension can be JS or JSX, or if you are using TypeScript, TS or TSX. This name is important because this is how Next.js know that we are creating a page, not a component. And for the about page, I should create a subfolder. And the name of the folder will be this path name. So I can do the same thing for the contact page and the blog page. Contact and blog. This is how we are creating our pages. But what if we have some nested routes? Let's say in the about page we have 2 more pages. Let's create here a child page. It's gonna be about company and maybe about career. We can create these child pages easily because AppRouter allows us to create nested folders. So I'm gonna come here. Let's move them. And I'm gonna create my child folders. About and company, about and career. But what if our page names are dynamic? For example, in the blog page, when we create any blog post, the post names will be like blog and the ID of the post or the Slack name, like that. Let's create one more, and it's gonna be, let's say, another post. So these names are dynamic. We cannot create here a folder because they come from the database and we don't know the names. It's really easy to create dynamic routes. The only thing I should do is create here a new folder, and I'm gonna write my dynamic route name inside a square brackets. It can be ID or Slack or whatever you want, but we are using here Slack, so I will say Slack dynamic route. So whenever we visit our domain name /blog /the post name, the Next.js is gonna run this page. So even if we try to visit a post that doesn't exist, this page is gonna run. And we will try to find the post using this Slack. If it doesn't exist, we are gonna return the not found page. But I'm gonna explain this later. Basically, this is the main structure of the AppRouter. So let's see which pages we are gonna create. This is our home page. We will have the about page, contact page. We are gonna have our posts, and we can see our single posts. So this title will be dynamic. So let's create our pages. I'm gonna open up my application and I will say home page, because page.jsx is inside the app directory, let's create other folders. About, and I'm going to create page.jsx. Let's create our function. If you don't know how I'm using this shortcut, you can watch my VS Code video. I explained there how to use your own snippets, and the page name will be about page. So I'm gonna copy this folder and let's create 2 more times, and it's gonna be contact page. I'm gonna change the page.jsx, and it's gonna be blog page. And remember, inside blog, we are gonna have a dynamic route. To do that, I'm gonna be using square parentheses, and inside, let's say Slack, because it's gonna be the post title. And inside, again, page.jsx. Let's say single post page. Let's see. This is our home page. I will say about. Perfect. Contact. Blog page. And we are going to have our posts. Let's say title 1. Okay. Let's try another one. And it works. So what else we have? We are going to have an admin page, and if we are not logged in, we'll be able to visit the login page. Let's create them also. I'll create 2 more folders here, and it's going to be admin and login page. But let's assume that we are going to have a register page, or let's say forgot password page. So these 3 pages are related to authentication. In this kind of application, it's not hard to find them because we don't have many pages, but imagine you have 20 pages, 30 pages, and you want to make some changes on your authentication pages, like login, register, or forgot password. And in that situation, it's hard to find them. To prevent this, there is an awesome feature. We can actually group our pages. To do that, I'm going to come here, and I'm going to be using parentheses, and inside, let's say, auth. And I can move my folders inside this folder. Let's choose them and move it here. And right now it's much easier to find our pages. Moreover, it's not gonna count this as a route, so we don't have to use this name. Because normally, remember, we are using nested routes like that, but we don't have to write here the group name. And let's say login page. As you can see, it's not found because it's a group name. We can directly call our login page like that. Okay, we don't have those pages, but anyway, it can stay like that. And right now we can create our first component, and it's gonna be the Navbar. Let's open up our app. As you can see, we have Navbar here, but if I visit the contact page, about page, or the home page, this Navbar is still here, and this footer. So instead of creating our components and using them for every single pages, we can use our layout. Let's open up our app, and I'm gonna close those pages so we can see better. And as you can see, inside app directory, we have layout.js, and this is our main layout, which means whatever I write inside this layout, let's say h1 tag, this is the main layout. So this h1 tag is gonna show up for each pages. Let's test. I'm gonna save. As you can see, login page, contact page, homepage, and it always stays here. Only our content changes. And this content is this children. Basically, it represents all the pages, but this h1 tag will be the common item. As I said, this is the main layout, but also you can create different layouts. For example, let's come here, or let's say block, and I'm gonna create new layout. JS or JSX. Let's create our component. I will say block layout, or whatever you call. And we are gonna take the children. Let's say h2 tag. This is the block layout. And after the children. Let's open up our blog page. As you can see, it's here. And also, if I open up a single post page, as you can see, it's still here. But if I visit different pages, like contact, it's not gonna be here. This is how we can use common components using layouts. But even if you don't have any common component, the layout has to be here. Okay, instead of this h1 tag, let's create our navbar. I'm gonna delete this layout and this h1 tag, and I'm gonna create my first component, and it's gonna be navbar. In the documentation of Next.js, let's come here and choose Learn Next.js, and inside this official example, it uses only app directory, but I prefer using source directory also because in my opinion, app directory should include only routes, only our pages and API routes, nothing else. Because if you create here a component folder and write all the components inside, it's gonna be so confusing to find your components and pages. And in this example, it also uses the libraries, authentication configuration, basically everything inside this app folder. But I highly recommend you to use source folder and move your components and libraries or any other files inside this source directory. And leave only your pages and their styles inside this app directory. Of course, there is not a certain rule. You can do whatever you want, but I prefer using it like that. If you watch my previous dashboard tutorial, I've used only app directory. It was not a good experience for me. I always struggle finding my files and folders. I think this is the best option. Okay, inside components, let's create navbar and navbar.jsx. Be careful here, I'm not using page.jsx because it's a component, not a page. I will create my component, it's gonna be navbar, and inside my layout, I'm gonna use this navbar. And as you can see, this is how we are using this @ sign. It basically says go to the source folder, find the components folder, and inside navbar. So I can do the same thing for the footer. Component and footer, and I'm gonna use it after these children. So we are gonna see navbar, our content, and footer. Let's see. Perfect. Let's open up the home page, and awesome. And I also prefer using folders. You can directly write your components inside this folder without creating any folder. But I prefer this because we can need any subcomponent. And also we are gonna write our styles inside this folder. But even if you use Tailwind, I highly recommend you create a folder because as I said, we are gonna need a subcomponent. For example, in this navbar. Okay. So I'm gonna close everything here. And let's open up navbar. Let's see our app. We are gonna have a logo here and our links. By the way, I'm gonna give here a background color. I know some of you watch this video at night and your eyes hurt, but don't worry, just hold on. I'm gonna give a background when I show you styling. So inside Navbar, I'm gonna create a div and it's gonna be our logo and one more div and it's gonna be our links. Let's create our first link here. To do that, we are gonna be using Next.js link component. Normally, we are using an anchor tag, but when using a Next.js, we don't need that. We are going to be using the link component. As you can see, it comes from next link. We will give again href. And here, let's say about page. Another one, let's say contact. We are going to have our home page here. Let's see. Okay, they are here. Using the link component is important because it fetches our pages before we click those links. So when I come here, even if I don't click, it's gonna fetch the contact page. So when I click on this link, I will be able to see my contact page without waiting. Okay, right now, instead of writing our links one by one, I can create here a links array, and inside I can pass my links. Actually, let's create a sub component here. I will say links.jsx. I'm going to create my component. And here I will create my array. As you can see, each link has a title and path, so I can use them here. I will say links.map, and for each link I will call Next.js link, and I'm gonna write here my title is gonna be link.title, and I'm gonna give href, and it's gonna be link.path. As you can see, there is a warning here. It comes from ESLint, and it says you are missing the unique key. So if you are using a map here, you have to create a unique key. Since our titles and paths are unique, we can use any of them, doesn't matter. Let's say link.title. Okay, let's use this component here. I will say links. And perfect. Our links are here. Oops, in this example, it's posts, but I created blog page, remember? So I'm gonna quickly change here, or you can change this name, and that's all. I'm gonna delete this link. We don't need this anymore. Let's click again, and it works. So before giving any style, let me show you what other layouts we can use. We can use a loading layout, for example. Inside app folder, I will say loading.jsx. Let's create our component. It's gonna be loading. Basically, when we switch between our pages, instead of seeing a blank white page, firstly, we are gonna see this loading component, this layout, and after loading our components, we are gonna see our page. Of course, in this example, we are not gonna see that because it's too fast. But if I open up my console and choose network here and slow down my connection, let's try to open homepage. As you can see, loading first and after our page. And it provides a better user experience and increases our website performance. And again, as we created our custom layout, you can create your custom loading layout for each page. Just create your loading JSX inside your page. And what else? We have an error layout, error.jsx. So if we encounter any error, we are gonna see this layout. But as you can see, there's a problem here because error.js must be a client component. I'm gonna explain what the client and server components are, but for now, Just don't worry about this and write this use client directive on the top of the file. Of course, inside code. And right now, if we encounter any error, we are gonna see this error page. For example, inside the home page, I will just say throw new error and error in home, for example. In this case, we will not be able to return anything. And as you can see, this is our navbar, footer, and between we have the error layout. In this example, of course, we are not going to encounter any error because we are not fetching any data or we are not doing anything that can cause any error. But when we create our database connection and fetch our blog posts, you are going to see how useful to use this error layout. And one more thing I want to mention, if I write here any other page that doesn't exist, let's say test, as you can see, it shows us this default 404 page, but if you want to, you can change here. Again, inside app directory, I will say not found.jsx. Again, I'm going to create my component and let's say not found. And let's write here something, h2 tag, not found, p tag, let's write this text. And after I will say a link, Next.js link, and I will say return home. And the href will be our home page. As you can see, it's here. So if you try to reach any non-existing page, it's gonna show this not found layout. So you can return to home or refresh the page. Okay guys, layouts are like that. I'm gonna close everything and let me show you how you can style your components and pages. As you can see, we have a global CSS here. Basically, we are gonna add here our common styles. Let's give a background color. I will say body and background color, let's say black. And since we are using this CSS file inside our layout, this is the default import, I didn't add this here, it's gonna apply for every single page. Let's see. As you can see, home page, contact page, or any others. So what common styles we are gonna need? We can, for example, change the text color. I will say color white. As you can see, there is a default style for our anchor tags, our links. To prevent this, I'm gonna choose all these links and I'm gonna delete the text decoration. It's gonna be none and the color will be inherit. Basically, this color will be inherited from the parent. In this case, it's gonna be white, like that. So instead of writing our colors like that, let's create our variables. To do that, I'm gonna be using the root, and inside I will define my variables. First one will be background, it's gonna be this color, and the text color will be white. So right now I can use my variables here, and I'm gonna choose the BG. I will do the same thing here, it's gonna be text. So I can create other variables. I'm gonna paste them here. We don't have to waste time. As you can see, additionally, we have the soft background, the soft text color is gonna be this grayish color, and a button color. So we can use all these variables in any component or page because it's the parent CSS. As you can see, there is a space on the left and top. To prevent this, I'm gonna choose the universal selector. I will say margin 0, padding 0, and border sizing will be border box. In this case, we are not gonna have any default margin or padding. By the way, if you don't know what the root is, why we are using this selector, why we are using our colors inside body, I highly recommend you watch my previous CSS video. There are some awesome CSS tips and tricks. If you are interested, it will be in the card on the top right. Okay, right now to give a responsiveness, I'm gonna wrap my layout with a class name and change the size of that container. Let's check here. I'm gonna open my console. As you can see, our page is responsive. If I make it larger, we can see our image here. And this is how we are changing our container size. You are gonna understand better right now. I'm gonna open up layout. And after body, I'm gonna create a div, wrap my items, and the class name will be container. Let's use it here. Firstly, I'm gonna give a background and see whether it works or not. Okay, perfect. Right now, I'm gonna give a large size and I'm gonna center my container inside this body. So let's say width 1536 pixels, and I will say margin auto. It's centered on the body and its size is smaller. And also I want to give padding on the left and right. Padding left, let's say 50 pixels, and right. Okay, right now I want to give a minimum height so it can contain all our screen here. I will say minimum height will be 100 VH. So it's gonna fit inside our viewport. And I will separate my items. The navbar will be on the top, the footer will be on the bottom, and our content will be on the center. To do that, we can use flexbox, but if I do that, our items will be horizontal. To prevent this, flex direction will be column. Right now, they are vertical, and I'm gonna separate my items. To do that, I will use justify content, and it's gonna be space between. Okay, this is what I want. I'm gonna give the responsiveness, but before, let me show you how you can give a style for your pages and components. Because we are not gonna write everything inside this global CSS. Let me delete this background color, and I'm gonna open up my navbar here. And I will say class name, and let's say container. And I'm gonna create my own CSS file here, navbar.css, and let's say container, and background color is gonna be, let's say, blue. Let's import this CSS here. Import from navbar.css. Of course, not from. We are not importing any function or something. Let's check. And as you can see, there is something wrong. By the way, I'm gonna change this color. It's torturing to see this color. Okay, it can stay like that. As you can see, all our container is blue. If I open up my global CSS and change this background color, there is a conflict here because we are using exactly the same class name. It's a container, and this is a container. So if you are using CSS, you will most probably see this kind of bugs. But thanks to Next.js, we are able to use module CSS. What I mean by that? Instead of navbar.css, I'm going to change the name and I will say navbar module.css. Let's change our import. And this module includes our styles. Import styles from navbar module. Right now, instead of writing class name like that, I will just say styles.container. Let's see right now. And perfect. This is our main container, and this is the navbar container. If you right click and say inspect, as you can see, this is our main container, and our module style changes the name of the class name. it's not container anymore, it's this random generated class name. This is how we can prevent any possible conflicts. So you don't have to write different class name for your HTML items. Of course, if you are using Tailwind, you can directly give your style class names. You don't have to worry about CSS files. But there is something important here. If you are using Tailwind, you will create your styles easily. It's going to be so fast. But if you want to make some changes, it will be really hard to change your class names. Because sometimes we are going to have a really long class name, even maybe 2 lines. So even if you try to make a little change, it's going to be so hard to find the related class name. So in large projects, I prefer using a pure CSS, but if you are creating something quick, of course you can use Tailwind CSS. But as I said, it's not our concern for this tutorial. We are not going to focus on designing. I just wanted to show you styling in Next.js. Okay, let's delete this. And here. And should I copy paste all these styles or I don't know, because I know some people want to see every little steps. Okay, let's do this quickly. I'm not gonna waste too much time, but I'm gonna show the steps. If you want to, you can skip this section. You can find the timestamps on the video player. If you don't wanna see the design part, just skip to next part. And for others, let's take care of this navbar. Firstly, I'm gonna give here a height. And I will say display flags, so my items will be horizontal. And let's center this vertically. Align item center. And I'm going to separate my items. Remember how we did here. Just file content space between. Okay, I'm going to increase this logo size. I will say class name styles.logo. So let's come here. I'm gonna increase the font size and font weight will be bold. Okay, let's separate those items. Again, it's gonna be display flags, but I'm gonna give a gap between them. To do that, I'm gonna open up my links and inside this folder, I'm gonna create links.module.css. I will say display flags, align item center, and I'm gonna give gap between my items. It's gonna be 10 pixels. Let's check our example here. As you can see, we don't have any class name. Styles.links. Let's import this quickly. Not SCSS, we are using just CSS and perfect. But there is something important here. In our example, as you can see, when we are on the contact page, we have a different style here. When I click on about, it changes this background. So basically using this link, we are going to change the style of our links. To do that, instead of writing all those links in one file, I'm going to create another component here and it's going to be Navbar link. JSX and CSS. I'm going to create my component using the CSS file. As you can see, this is another snippet I'm using. As I said, you can find it in the previous VS Code video. And basically, this is going to be a single link. So we are going to need our link item. Remember, we have links here. Right now, instead of calling this link, I'm going to call my component Navbar link. And I'm going to pass here my item is going to be this link. And again, the unique key. Let's paste our link here. I'm going to import. Right now, I'm going to change this name. It's going to be item. I'm going to delete here. Okay, let's write here our class name styles.container. But also, if we are in the same page, we are going to change the class name. It's going to be active. To do that, let's copy this and use backticks. And I will say use the container class name. Additionally, if the path name is the title of our link, right here active. So we are going to need a condition here. But how we are going to reach to this path name? To do that, we are going to need a use path name hook. I will say path name use path name hook. It comes from Next Navigation. So using this name, I can write here my condition. If path name equals our item title, it's going to be styles.active. As you can see, if you are using Next Navigation hook, doesn't matter which one, it can be use path name, useRouter. If you are using a hook, it has to be a client component. And again, don't worry about this for now. I'm going to explain after giving styles. And let's open up our CSS, and I will say minimum width will be 100 pixels. I'm going to give some padding inside. I'm going to change the border radius. It's going to be 20 pixels. And let's say font weight 500. And I'm going to center my text inside this container. And if it's active, the background color will be text color. The color will be background color. The background will be white. Okay, there's something wrong. Class name is styles container and path name item title. It's not going to be title, it's going to be path. Because this path name includes this slash and the path name, not title. And as you can see, our active class is here. If I click here, perfect. It works. This is how we can give active classes. So I'm going to add two more items here. In our example, as you can see, we have the admin and the logout button. But if we are not the admin, we shouldn't see this admin link. And if we are not authenticated, we shouldn't see this logout button. Instead, we should show the login page. Of course, we haven't implemented the authentication, but we can write a temporary data here inside links. I will say const user or user session, let's say session. And for now, I will say true. And again, one more is going to be is admin, and let's say true again. Let's say here temporary. We are going to change here. And I'm going to write a condition here. Firstly, I'm going to check if we are logged in or not. I will say if there's a session, show something. If not authenticated, show something else. So if we are not authenticated, I'm going to call my navlink component and I'm going to pass my item. And it's going to be title login and the path will be login. And if we are authenticated, we need to check one more thing, is admin. Because if it's admin, we are going to see this link. If not, we are not going to see it. So one more condition here. If is admin, again, now link, title will be admin, path will be admin. And also I'm going to write here a button that we can log out. And of course, if you are using multiple items, you should wrap them with a parent. Let's use React fragments like that. Again, if we are authenticated, we are going to see this logout button. And if we are an admin, we are going to see this link. And if there is no user, we are going to see this login link. Let's check. As you can see, admin and logout. If it's not admin, we are not gonna see that link. And if we are not authenticated, it's gonna be the login link here. Okay, let's take them back and give a style. As you can see, we have some padding here, and I'm gonna change the size. Let's say class name, and it's gonna be logout. Padding will be 10 pixels, cursor pointer, so we can click. Font weight will be bold. Okay, it's not here. By the way, let's delete this. Class name. Oh, I said logout directly. I didn't use my styles. Okay, awesome. So what about the responsive menu? Let's open up the console, and when I shrink the page, as you can see, there is a responsive button here. When I click, we can see our links. And after this breakpoint here, we are gonna remove that menu. We are gonna see our links here. To do that, we are gonna be using media query, but before, let's create our responsive menu. But first, I'm gonna create a useState hook, and I'll say const open set open, and at the beginning it's gonna be false. Let's import. By the way, let's move our links here before this component. Okay. So at the beginning, our menu will be closed, but when I click here, we are gonna set our state and it's gonna be true. Of course, we are using a click event here. So if you are using any user interaction, your component should be a client component. Again, I'm gonna explain in detail, but for now, just know this. If you need an user interaction, the component should be a client component. Remember how we are doing this. At the top of the file, I will just say use client. So let's show our responsive menu here. But before, I'm gonna create a new div, and the class name will be container. And after those links, I will create a button. Let's say menu. Of course, later we are gonna be using this image, but I didn't explain how to use images. It can stay like that for now. And after that, I'm gonna check if the menu is open or not. If it is, I'm gonna create a div here, and let's say mobile links. And inside, again, I'm gonna be using my links. And for each link, I'm gonna call my nav link. And the item will be link. And again, if you are using map, don't forget your unique key, link.title. One bracket is missing here. Okay. As you can see, we have menu button here. When I click on this button, on click event, I'm gonna set my state, set open, and I'm gonna take the previous value and write the opposite of this value. If it's true, it's gonna be false. If it's false, it's gonna be true. When I click, as you can see, our items are here. When I click again, it's gonna be closed. Okay, so let's give a style for them. The position of our links will be absolute, so we can see it on the right. Let's check. As you can see, it starts from here after this navbar, and the right position is 0. It sticks to right side. Let's do that. I'm gonna open up my links, mobile links. There is some autocomplete here. Let's complete and see. Position will be absolute. Top will be 100 pixels. Remember, our navbar is 100. It says left, but it's gonna be right. The width will be 50%. It's not gonna contain all the screen. And the height will be 100 VH, but remember it starts after 100 pixels, so we have to calculate this. So I'm gonna say 100 VH minus 100 pixels. It's gonna be display flags direction column, so it's gonna be vertical. And we are centering our items here, and gap between each item is 10 pixels. So we don't need this and this. I'm gonna open, and as you can see, it's here. Of course, the background color is exactly the same. Let's change it for now. Okay, perfect. Of course, for this large screen, we are not gonna see this menu button or this menu. We are gonna see it only when it's on the small screen. So let's use our media queries. I will say media, and the maximum width will be 768 pixels. And in this case, our links will be disappeared. We are gonna see our links here, but in this breakpoint, we are gonna remove them. Instead, we are gonna see this menu button and mobile links. So at the beginning, they are gonna be display none, but at this point, they are gonna be visible. So I'm gonna copy this and paste it here. And if it's not the small screen, display will be none. I will do the same thing for the button. Did I give class name or not? Okay, I didn't. Let's say class name styles.menu button. And again, display none. Actually, I can write it directly here. They are going to be display none. And at this point, we will be able to see our button. Let's say display block, cursor pointer. Okay, they are not here. We can see our links. When I shrink the page, our menu is here, but as you can see, it's overflowing. Because remember, our container size is really big. Let's open up the global CSS. As you can see, 1536. So we have to give responsiveness for this container first. This is the default value. So let's add our first media query. If the maximum width is 1536 pixels, the container size will be, let's make this bigger actually, 1366 pixels. And for smaller screen, if it's at this point, it's gonna be smaller. And for this point, 1024. And for 1024, 768. Those are common CSS breakpoints. You don't have to memorize anything, just Google for CSS breakpoints and you are gonna see those numbers. And for this screen size, 640. And finally, for this size, 475. Okay, if you remember, we have some padding left and right, and maybe at this point I can decrease those numbers. It's gonna be 20. As you can see, we don't have any problem anymore. When I click on this button, we are gonna see our menu here. And if I make this screen larger, it disappears and we see our links here. Okay, right now we can take care of our home page, but before, let me show you how we can add images. Before using Next.js image, I want to upload those images to my public folder. I'm gonna come here and open up the public folder, and I'm just gonna drag and drop my images here. You can find them on the GitHub repository. So let's try to use this image inside our About page. I'm gonna close everything and open up the About page. If you are not using Next.js, we show our images using the image tag. Let's self-close this. And I'm just gonna write here source. I'm gonna choose the public folder using slash and about.png. I will save. I'm gonna open up About page and it's here. If I right click and open the image in new tab, as you can see, localhost about.png. So it's not changing anything. But if we check our code, you are gonna see here a warning and it says using image tag could result in slower LCP and higher bandwidth because we are not optimizing our images, but as it says, it might cause some performance issues. To prevent this, we are gonna be using Next.js image. As you can see, it comes from next image. And again, we will write here our source. It's exactly the same. About.png. We can pass here an alt tag. If you leave it like that, you are going to have a problem because we didn't provide any size. If you are using Next.js image, you have two options. First one is giving here any image size, let's say 500 pixels, height 500 pixels. As you can see, there is no problem anymore. And our image is here. And if you check the image, right click and open image in new tab, you are gonna see that this is not our URL. Our image is inside underscore next folder. And if you remember, this folder includes our cached files. Basically, Next.js is not showing our images directly. Instead, it's caching it first and optimizing it for different screen sizes. As you can see, quality is 75%, and this image is much smaller than the image that we uploaded. And let me show you one more thing. I'm gonna close this menu. And as I said, you have two options. You can give your sizes directly, or you can create here a container, image container. I will say div image container, and I'm gonna wrap my image. Of course, we are gonna need a CSS file, about.module.css. Let's call it here about.module CSS and styles. Okay. Right now, since we have an image container, instead of writing here a specific size, we can just say fill. So it's gonna fill inside this image container. But there is something important here. If you are using a parent div, a container, its position should be relative. So I will say image container position relative. And you should give here a specific size. So let's say with 100%, height 500 for example. I forgot adding my path. Let's add quickly. Our image is here. When I open up my console and refresh the page and open up my image here, you can see that its width is much smaller. But if my screen is bigger, let's refresh again and open up. And right now, the size is much bigger. Basically, Next.js is optimizing our images according to device screen size. So you don't have to worry about optimizing your images, adding different images for each screen size. It's one of my favorite features. Let's close them. Of course, we are not going to use it like that. Our example will be like this. First, we are going to have a container here. than our image. And it's gonna fit inside its container, its parent. But what about we want to add some external images? Let's open up pexels.com and I'm gonna choose this image, for example. And I'm gonna paste it here. Let's come back. And as you can see, there is an error. Let's check. And it says invalid source prop because Next.js doesn't allow us to use any external image URL. So we cannot use any domain here. We are allowed to use only localhost 3000, which is our domain. So I'm gonna open my configuration, and inside this object, I will say images remote patterns, and it's gonna be an array. And inside this array, you can add your domains, but also you can add additional configuration like protocol. It's gonna be only HTTPS connection, and the host name will be the URL of image, pexels.com. If you want to, you can add multiple domains like that. I'm gonna save, and let's refresh. And as you can see, there is no error, but we can't see our image. Because I added here directly URL. The page URL, it has to be the image URL. Like that. In this case, the URL will be images.pexels.com. Let's fix it. And let's check again. I'm gonna refresh. And it's here. This is how we are using external images. And if I check the image, again, it's gonna be in this folder and our image is cached right now. Okay, let's close here and here. And let's take care of our design, and after you will learn what the server component is, what is the difference between client and server component. But for now, I want to design my website first. Let's come here and check the home page. As you can see, we have two sections here, those texts and this image. By the way, I'm gonna make this a link. I will open up the Navbar, and let's say link, href, and the home page. Okay, inside this container, let's create two sections, text and image. Let's close everything and open up our home page. I will close my menu, and I will say class name styles.container. Let's import our style. Let's create our CSS file, home.module.css. I will say container, and let's import this. Import styles from home module. Okay, inside this container, I'm gonna create two more divs. Let's say text container and image container. Inside this text, we have title, description, two buttons, and this image. So let's say h1 tag. I'm just gonna copy this. P tag. I'm gonna create a div that contains our buttons, learn more, and contact. Styles.button, and one more, and it's gonna be contact. And finally, one more div, and let's say brands. It's gonna be our image container. So I will say next image. Source will be brands.png. I will write here a description. It can be empty, and I will say fill. And let's give a class name, styles.brand. Let's say brand image. And finally, this image inside this container. I will say hero png, again fill. The class name will be hero image. Let's check our image here. I'm not sure if it's hero or not. Okay, it's test. Let's change this. And that's all. Let's give a style. I'm gonna move my CSS file here. And let's start with the container. It's gonna be horizontal, display flags, and gap between text container and image container will be. By the way, there is something wrong. Okay, I forgot adding here a slash. And here also. By the way, it's gonna be a GIF. Okay, it's here. Let's separate our items. Text container and image container. Remember, we are using an image, so I will say position relative, and their size will be equal. And since we are using flexbox, I can say flex1, flex1. So half of the container will be text container and the other half will be image container. Let's change here, image container, like that. What about here? Let's give a size. And again, position will be relative. Okay. But I want to change this color. It's gonna be this gray color. To do that, you don't have to change your image. Basically, just give here a filter and the effect will be grayscale. And it's gonna be 100%, which is 1. As you can see, right now it's black and white. Perfect. So let's come here and take care of those items. I will say display flags. Flags direction will be column. It's gonna be vertical and gap between items will be 50 pixels. Like that. Let's increase this size. I'm gonna give class name, title, and for the description, let's write them here. I will say font size is 96 pixels. And for the description, it's gonna be 20. Okay, what about those items? Again, it's gonna be display flags, and I'm gonna separate them. Let's say 20 pixels. And for each button, I'm gonna give some padding, minimum width 120 pixels. We can click, so I will say cursor pointer. I'm gonna delete the default border. It's gonna be none. And the border radius will be 5 pixels. Like that. But as you realize, this color is different. We can use our button variable. So I'm gonna choose the first child. I will say button, first child, and the background color will be variable and button. And the text color will be variable and text. So it's gonna be white. Okay, background color is not here. I'm gonna open up global CSS. Oh, because of the code plot. And perfect. So what about this footer? We didn't add here anything. As you can see, only our logo and this text. I'm gonna copy this and close here. And let's open up footer. Styles.container. Styles. Another div is gonna be logo and text. I'm gonna paste it here. And it's gonna be my logo. Let's import our style. Did we create this or not? Let's check. Okay, we don't have. Let's create quickly. And I will say container. Okay, again, display flags, and we will separate our items. Justify content space between. But as you can see, this size is bigger, but in our example, we didn't give any size. So it's gonna be 100 pixels. I will say align item center, by the way. We can center them vertically. And finally, the color will be gray. And for the logo, font weight will be bold. And for text, font size will be smaller. Just like this. Awesome. So let's check here. As you can see, it's exactly the same. I'm gonna open up the About page and we are gonna do exactly the same thing here. Text container, image container, and we are gonna have some texts like this title, bigger title, description, and those items. Let's do that quickly. I'm gonna close them and open up my About page. And I will take my CSS. Let's delete this and give here a class name. Styles.container. And again, text container, image container, and inside text, let's say h2 tag. I'll just copy and paste them. A p tag. And for those items, I'm going to create another div, let's say boxes, and we are going to have 3 different boxes. Let's create one of them, and after I'm just going to duplicate. We are going to have here a number, let's say h1 tag again, and a p tag, and I'm going to paste. And in the right side, I will say image. I'm going to say fill, and the source will be about.png. Let's delete here. Let's give a style. I'm going to delete this, and I will say container. Again, flags 1, display flags, and gap between items, it's exactly the same. And for image container, flags will be 1. Awesome. Let's give class name for our items and after give our style. Styles.subtitle. I'm just gonna copy this. It's gonna be title and description. Okay. The title will be 54 pixels. I'm gonna change the subtitle text color and it's gonna be our blue color. So I will say variable and button. And for the description, Font size will be 20 pixels and font weight will be 300. It's gonna be thinner, like that. And what about here? Let's create 2 more boxes. Firstly, they are gonna be horizontal and I'm gonna separate them. And after, I'm gonna change the color of this text. I will say boxes, display flex, align item center, and justify content space between. Just like that. Let's change this color and give space between this text and this one. So I'm gonna choose box. It's gonna be vertical, and let's give a gap. And I'm gonna choose the title, which is h1 tag, and the text color will be our blue color. I'm gonna save, and awesome. By the way, this image doesn't fit inside our container. To prevent this, I'm just gonna give here a class name. Let's say styles.image. And the object fit will be contain. Okay, it's much better. And what about the contact page? Let's check. This time our image will be here, and for the right side we are gonna create a form. I'm gonna close them and open up my contact page. As you can see, we don't have any CSS. Let's create. I'm gonna copy this right here, container, and import my file. And I'm gonna give class name here, styles.container. Okay. And inside I will say div image container and form container. Let's quickly create our image. Contact.png and fill. And here, let's create a form. I will say class name is gonna be form, and inside, let's create an input, and the placeholder will be, let's check, name and surname, email address, phone number, and message. And after, we are gonna create this button. Email address and phone number. And let's say optional. And I'm gonna create here a text area, and let's give a placeholder, and it's gonna be message. And finally, a button that says send. Okay. Let's open up our CSS module, and as always, display flex and gap between items. I'm gonna give flex for image container and the form container. And position will be relative. For our form. But before, where is our image? Let's give class name, and it's going to be styles.image. And again, object fit will be contain. For our form, flex direction will be vertical, and gap between items, let's give semicolon and try again. Okay. And I'm going to choose my form input and also form text area. I'm just going to give some padding, let's say 20, border radius 5. Let's delete this border. I will say none. I'm going to change the background color. It's going to be BG soft. And the color will be the text color. Okay, I didn't close this image tag. And now there is something else about our URL. Okay. Okay, they look nice, but we don't have our image. Oh, because we are using our image container on the left side, when you use it on the right side, it automatically assigns a height for this because the left side has a height here and the right side automatically takes this size. But in this case, since it's the first item, we have to provide here a height. So let's say 500, for example. Okay, awesome. What about this button? I will say form and button, padding 20, background color will be the blue color, and the color will be the text color. Font weight will be bold. I'm gonna delete the border. Border radius will be 5 pixels and cursor pointer. Okay, so what about this blog page? Let's see. It includes our blog posts. So for each card, each postcard, I can create different React component. So let's create that component. I will close them, open up my menu, and inside components, I will say postcard. Let's create our JSX file and the CSS file. I will say container and create my component here. Let's open up our blog page. I'm gonna close them and open up blog. And here I will say class name styles.container. I'm gonna create my CSS file blog.module.css. And I'm gonna import it here. Just like that. And inside, I'm gonna call my component postcard. Actually, let's call 4 of them. Just like this. And each card has 2 sections. This top section and this bottom section. In the top section, we are going to have our image and this date. And in the bottom section, we have title, description, and this link. Let's create. Inside postcard, let's close this menu. I will say class name styles.container postcard module.css. Let's say div top bottom, and inside top I will say div and image container, and we are going to have an image here just like that. Let's import this image from next image, and after this container we are just going to create a span and it's going to be our date. Let's give any date here, just like that, and I'm going to give class name styles.date. And for the bottom, let's create our items. H1, title, p tag, description, and a link. Read more. Let's give class name, title, and description. Okay, let's open up our CSS and let's give our style. Firstly, it's gonna be vertical, top and bottom, and gap between items will be 20 pixels. And also I'm gonna give margin between each item. As you can see, there's a space here. So let's say margin bottom 20 pixels. And for the top element, display will be flags because they are going to be horizontal. And let's give a size for this container. Image container, let's say 90%, and the 10% will be this date. Height will be 400, and again, position relative. For this image, let's give our object width, and it's going to be cover. And for this date, font size will be small. And as you realize, we have a transform here. It's 270 degrees. It's not horizontal. To do that, I'm going to be using transform, rotate, and it's going to be 270 degrees. Let's check. Okay, we don't have any image. So let me open up Pexels again and choose this image. And I'm gonna paste it here. Remember, we can use images.pexels.com. And as you realize, our items are vertical, but in this example, our items are horizontal, and if it overflows, this container moves that item to other line, like this one. To do that, we can use Flexbox and FlexWrap. Let's open up our block module, and I will say display flex, and FlexWrap will be wrap. Let's give space between items. And for each item, I can give specific width. Let's open up our page, and for each card, I'm going to give a container, and let's say post. Let's remove them and duplicate like that. And for each post, let's say 30%. So we will have only 3 items per line, just like this. If I say 20%, we are going to have 4 items. If I say 50%, we are going to see 1 item because remember, we have a space here. But if I say something like 40%, as you can see, 2 items. It works like that. So for different screen sizes, we can give different size. Let's copy this. And I'm going to use my media query. For this size, for example, it's going to be 100%. But if the screen is bigger, let's say 1280 pixels, it's going to be 45%. So we will see 2 items. Let's see, I'm going to open my console and I will shrink. As you can see, 2 items. If I shrink more, it's going to be 1. Perfect. But as you can see, this date is on the center. I will say margin auto. Perfect. And what about this title? Font size 24 pixels and margin bottom will be 20 pixels. Just like that. For the description, again, margin bottom, font weight will be thinner and the color will be gray. Okay, awesome. But if I add something longer, let's use random generated text here. As you can see, it ends here. Maybe I can make this 90% also, so it will stay here. Just like that. It's much better right now. Maybe I can do the same thing for title. If it's long, it's not gonna overflow. Okay, and for this text, maybe I can give underline. So I'm gonna choose this link, styles.link. I will say text decoration, and it's gonna be underline. Just like this. And what about the single post page? Let's check. I'm gonna click here. Again, 2 sections, image and our content. Let's do that. I will close them and open up. What was the name? Okay, single post page. And single post module.css. Import styles single post module CSS, of course from. Okay, let's use it here. Styles.container. And inside, let me close this menu. I will say image container and text container. And inside this image, let's say Next.js image. Again, I will use my image. Let's open up postcard and copy this. Just like that. A description, and I will say fill. And inside text container, we will have a title. Of course, all those items will be dynamic, but for now, for the design purpose, we can add here whatever we want. Class name will be styles.title. And after this title, we are going to have a div here which contains this user image, its name, and the date. Let's do that. I will say div, and I'm going to say detail. Again, we will have an image. Let's copy this. And the class name will be, let's say, avatar or user image, whatever you say. And for this image, styles.image is going to be the main image. Let's create one more div, and it's going to be detail text, for example. We are going to have 2 spans. The first one will be, let's say, detail title and detail, let's say, value. And the first one will be title author, value is this username. And I'm going to create one more, and it's going to be published and a date here. Let's give a test date. And finally, this description. After this detail, I'm going to create a content div. And let's say a random sentence. Okay, let's give our style. Again, I'm going to separate my items, but as you can see, image size is smaller than this content, this text container. So it's not going to be flex 1, flex 1. It's going to be much smaller. So let's take this here. Let's give our flexbox, as we always do. Image container, flex will be 1, but for the text container, flex will be 2. Let's give position relative, and I want to make this image full screen. Of course, we have to calculate this navbar and this footer. Let's give semicolon here and say height. I'm going to say calculate. It's going to be 100 VH minus 200 pixels, because 100 plus 100 is 200 pixels. And let's separate our texts. gap between items will be 50 pixels. For title, font size will be 64 pixels. And for detail, again, display flags. Flags direction will be column. And gap between items will be 10 pixels. Let's check. Okay, there's something wrong. Image container. It looks okay, but object with cover, but it didn't recognize our size. Let's test. Oh, it might be because of this avatar. After detail, I'm gonna say avatar. Again, object with cover, and I will say border radius 50% because it's gonna be a circle, and I can give width and height here instead of this fill. It's gonna be 50 pixels. Oh, okay, it works. So let's take this back. Okay, perfect. Let's separate our items. Where is our text container? Okay, we already separated, but I didn't say display flags. Okay, for these details, I will give display flags, but it's going to be horizontal. So I mix these details and this text container. It's going to be flags direction column, and it's going to be only flags box. And let's say 20 pixels. Awesome. And for those texts, again, I will say display flags, but this time it's going to be vertical. Let's check detail text. And gap between each item will be 10 pixels. And for this title, color will be gray, and font weight will be bold. And for this one, font weight will be a little bit thicker, but not bold. Finally, for this content, I'm gonna increase the font size. Let's say 20 pixels. I'm gonna save. Okay, perfect. So let's take care of our responsive design, and after that we can end the design part. Let's start with this page. I'm gonna open up my console, and if the screen is small, I'm gonna remove this image. Media, maximum width 768 pixels. And in this case, I'm gonna delete this image container. Just like that. But as you can see, this footer is overflowing. I'm gonna copy here and open up footer. If it's this size, the container will be flags direction column. And I'm gonna center my items. And let's change this space. It was space between, but this time it's gonna be space around. Okay, it's much better, but it's still overflowing. Let's check our navbar. I will close them and open up my layout. And I'm gonna remove this navbar. And as you can see, navbar is not the problem. So I will take this back. And let's open up our global CSS. As you can see, we didn't use this breakpoint. Let's use. And it's gonna be, let's say, 380 pixels. By the way, I'm gonna change this button. Let's open up navbar and links. And instead of this button, I will say image. Source will be menu.png. Let's give some size. It's going to be 30 pixels. And again, I'm going to use this onClick event. I'm going to delete this. Okay, it's not here. Let's check our image. Okay, I forgot adding my menu here. Let's add menu.png here. Let's use it. I'm gonna refresh and it's here. Okay, let's delete this background, by the way. I'm gonna remove this. And for this image, styles.menu button. Right now I can click. Perfect. For this page, everything is okay. What about blog page? We already tested this. There is nothing wrong. Contact. As you can see, it's always horizontal and our image is getting smaller. To prevent this, after a certain breakpoint, I can make this container vertical. So let's take this, open up our contact page, CSS. And before this point, the container will be vertical. I will just copy this, open up about, and paste it here. Okay. And for those boxes, again, direction will be column. Gap between items will be 50 pixels and text align will be center. Just like that. Actually, I can center everything here. Just like that. And for the home page, again, it's gonna be vertical. Let me copy this and open up home page. Let's actually make this bigger. It's gonna be column. Let's remove that. And if it's smaller, I'm gonna decrease the title size, title font size, 64 pixels, and brands will be 100%. And again, I can center them. And those items. Let's check them first. I will say red background. As you can see, they are not centered. So I will say justify content center. Awesome. I can delete this. Okay, I don't want to waste your time. I was not going to do any design part, but anyway, when I skip any part, I don't feel satisfied because I know some people are still looking for the design part. So it was a good idea to not skip. So right now, let's see how to render components in Next.js. There are two types of rendering. The first one is server-side rendering, and the second one is the client-side rendering. Before single-page app libraries and frameworks like React, the traditional method was the server-side rendering. Let's create our user, the user browser, and our server. So when a user tries to visit a web page, let's say lama.dev/about page, after entering this URL, the browser page is empty. It will show a blank page. and our server takes this request. Let's do the same thing for the client-side rendering. Because this process is the same, we are sending a user request. Let's move this here. And for the server-side rendering, after getting the request, our server renders this page, creates an HTML file, and sends that file to the user browser. So this browser receives our rendered HTML file, and in this case, the user is able to see this page immediately. So right now our page is viewable, but this initial page is not interactive because it's just an HTML file. If there is something interactive like event listeners, animations, or whatever, the browser has to download the JavaScript files, but it's only for the interactivity. What about this client-side rendering? After receiving the request, our server sends an empty HTML file. There is nothing inside this file, and also the whole JavaScript bundle that will build our web application from scratch. Let's say empty HTML and the JavaScript bundle. In this case, the user browser has to render this page, not the server. And now we still see this white page because we have to wait until the page is rendered. Of course, I'm talking about just a few seconds and mostly even less, but anyway, the initial load is slower. And after rendering the page is viewable and also interactive. So here we are waiting for the interactivity, but here as soon as the page is ready, we can interact with it. So which one we should choose? Let's write cons and pros, and after you are gonna learn how rendering works in Next.js. I'm gonna write the pros first. Firstly, the initial page load is faster because remember, we can see our page immediately. We don't have to wait for anything. And since everything happens on the server side, it's better for old devices and slow internet connection. And the other one, server-side rendering, is better for SEO because the server response is an HTML file and the content is ready to read. But what about cons? Firstly, if you are using server-side rendering, you have less interaction. And you will have more server loads. Because for every single request, we have to render on the server. And it causes the slower subsequent page loads. And one more thing I want to add here. And it's hard to manage our states. State management complexity. What about client-side rendering? Okay, our initial load is slower, but once we create our single web application, it's much faster to navigate between pages after initial load. And since we are using the user browser, we are going to have a less server load, so it's going to be much cheaper. And the client-side rendering is best for the user interactivity. And it can affect our SEO. We are going to have slower initial loads, and our application depends on the client resources. So if you have a huge app, old devices might have some problems. In React, the default approach is rendering application on the client, but Next.js using the server-side rendering. When you create a page or component, they all are server rendered by default. But what if we need to add some interactivity? Click events, interactive charts, React hooks. So let's create here a website, and by default, it's a server component. Let's say server component, and the blue is client component. Right now, I'm going to create some components like a Navbar. By default, it's a server component. Let's make this smaller. We can have a sidebar, chart, the content, and we can maybe have here a logout button and something interactive here. So let's say Navbar, sidebar, chart component, our post details, a logout button, and something should render it on the client side. So these components will be client-side components. In Next.js, we can combine our server and client components like that, and it's so easy to do that. The only thing I should do is write useClient directive on the top of the client components. And after this directive, we can use React hooks and we can interact with the user. And this structure gives us an incredible flexibility. But we have to be careful here because during this hydration, we might have some problems. So let's give some real examples and try to understand the rendering and the hydration. Okay, let's prove that all our Next.js components work on the server side. I'm going to open up the contact page. And here, I will just console log and I will say it works here. Let's open up our terminal. And as you can see, it works on the server side. If I open up my console on the browser, as you can see, there is nothing here. If I refresh the page, okay. Since everything works on the server, we cannot interact with the user. We cannot use the click event, we cannot use onChange event, or we cannot use the browser local storage. Basically, we cannot reach anything that browser allows us to do. If you want to interact with a user, your component should be a client-side component. To do that, I'm going to come here at the top of the file and I will say use client directive. And right now, as you can see, it's initially rendered on the server. But if I open up my console on the browser, as you can see, it works here. Right now, I can use my event listeners or local storage. So if I come here and say, for example, on click event and console log clicked. Of course, it's refreshing the page because it's inside a form and the default behavior is refreshing the page. Remember, to prevent this, we are using event.preventDefault. But anyway, this is just an example. If you want to use any event, you have to change your component into a client-side component. And as I mentioned, even if we write here use client, the initial render will be on the server side. This is important because you will most probably encounter hydration problems because Next.js checks your component on the server side first and it expects that you have the same component on the client side. What I mean by that? If I write here const a equals, let's say 1, and I will say console log 1, a. If I refresh the page, we are going to see our number here and also here. We don't have any problem because this component is exactly the same on the client and server side. But if I come here and say use the math library and generate a random number, I will refresh the page. It's 0.70, but here, as you can see, it's 0.6. So they don't equal. If I try to use this variable somewhere here, let's say before this form, I'm gonna refresh the page. And as you can see, there is a hydration problem because in our component, we are rendering 0.27 here, and on the server, it's 0.72. And Next.js warns us that the text content does not match server rendered HTML. So how we are gonna prevent this error? Because it's a really common error. I saw many people ask this question on our social media accounts. So to prevent this, we have three solutions. The first one is using a useEffect hook. So during the hydration, we can call the useEffect hook and make sure that our component runs on the client side. Let me show you what I mean. I will come here and say useEffect, and it's gonna run on the initial render. And here I will make sure that my component runs on the client side. To do that, I can use a useState hook here. Const is client, set is client, and at the beginning it's false because it's gonna run on the server first. And when I run this useEffect, I will set my state and it's gonna be true. And using this is client state, I can conditionally write this a value. I will say if it's client, write here a. Let's move this here. I'm gonna save and I will refresh. And as you can see, there is no problem. Because on the server, this is not gonna be rendered. It's gonna be rendered only when it's client. This is how you can prevent this. Or you can prevent this error by disabling server-side rendering on specific components. For example, if I create here a component, hydration test.jsx, let's create our component. It's gonna be a client component, use client, and I will do exactly the same thing here. I will have this variable, and I'm gonna show it here. In this case, I don't have to make this component client. Let's remove them. And let's remove here. It's just an ordinary component. But what I'm gonna do is call my hydration test component. And instead of importing this component like this, I'm gonna use the dynamic import. What I mean by that? I'm gonna comment this out and I will say const hydration test, let's say no SSR. And I'm gonna be using Next.js dynamic, and I'm gonna import my component dynamically. I will say components hydration test, and at the end of the function, I'm gonna write here SSR false. In this case, it's gonna import this component without using server-side rendering. Let's call it here. Of course, I should write here import. I will save and let's see. I'm gonna refresh the page. As you can see, there is no problem. We don't have our error here. And here. This is how you can prevent the hydration problem. And one more thing you can do. Let's comment this out and get our random number from here. And let's say use client again. And I will write it here. But I'm gonna wrap this with an HTML element, let's say a div. And I will write here suppress hydration warning. I will refresh the page and again we don't have any problem. And it basically means, okay, there is a hydration problem, but I'm not gonna show you on the browser. Okay, this is the most common problem when it comes to rendering Next.js components. And let me answer the second most popular question. If I wrap my server-side component with a client-side component, is my server-side component is going to be a client component or server component? The answer is it's still gonna be a server component. Because sometimes we have to wrap our components with some client-side providers. Let's create another example here. We can have an authentication provider or context API provider, and it has to be a client-side component. Let's say tests or client-side provider test is going to be a component, and we are going to take a React children, and we are going to wrap this children with our provider. And I want to use this provider in my layout. Let's wrap this container. And I'm going to import. And I'm going to make this component a client-side component. Let's remove this, by the way. Actually, they can just stay here in case of you want to check it on the GitHub repository. I'm gonna comment them out. So if you need, just check the GitHub repository. And right now our provider is a client-side component, and we are wrapping the entire application with this component. So let's open up our home page or about page, doesn't matter. And I will say console log. Let's check where it works. I'm gonna open my console. Oops, by the way. Oh, okay, I didn't refresh the page. There is no problem. I'm gonna click and open my console. As you can see, there is nothing here. I'm gonna refresh and we cannot see our text here. But if you check the server side, you will see that it works on the server side. So even if you wrap your application or any page or any component with a client-side component, don't worry, they will not be a client-side component. It's just a wrapper. Okay, let's comment this out also. And here. And right now, you know how server and client component works, what the hydration is. Client-side and server-side components don't affect each other, you can combine them. So let's learn the Next.js navigation. Let me create here another page. And I will say, oops. Navigation test. And I will say page.jsx and create my component navigation test page. Actually, let's make this lowercase and let's open up. Okay, the first thing is links. I already explained this. Remember how we are adding link here. We are using next link component, and inside this link, click here, and you should provide here any internal or external URL. Let's say the home page. The default behavior of a link is prefetching the given URL. So even if I don't click here, it's gonna prefetch our home page and it's gonna allow us to see our home page much faster, like that. But if you have many links on your component, you might want to disable this prefetching because it might cause some performance issues. To do that, you can come here and say prefetch, and false. In this case, it's not gonna fetch anything. Sometimes, instead of using a link, we have to implement some functionalities and after redirect our users to somewhere else. So let's create here a button, write and redirect. And when I click on this button, I'm gonna call handle click function. Let's create this function here, const handle click. And of course, if you are using an event, your component should be a client-side component. And here, firstly, I'm gonna write console log clicked. And after redirect my user to the home page. To do that, we are gonna be using useRouter hook. So I will come here and say const router and useRouter hook. And it comes from Next Navigation. Don't use the Next.router, it's the older version. We are going to be using Navigation. And using this router, I can push my user to the home page. I'm going to save, open my console and click here. As you can see, clicked and we are on the home page. Let's get back. So basically what push does is it performs a client-side navigation to the provided route. In this case, it's homepage. But also you can use router replace. And in this case, it will not add a new entry into the browser history stack. What I mean by that? Let's refresh the page. Actually, let's open up a new tab here. If I turn back, you are gonna see that home page. And if I click here, it's gonna refresh my page. If I try to go back, as you can see, it's not gonna go back to the navigation page. Instead, it's gonna show my home page. That's because we are not adding a new entry to our browser history stack. And what else? We can use refresh. Basically, it's gonna refresh our current route and it's gonna make a new request to the server. So if you wanna refresh your data, refresh anything, you can use refresh method. Let's see. I'm gonna test here. I will refresh. When I click here, it didn't refresh because I added here a URL. Of course, it's gonna refresh the current page. Right now, let's try. I will click. As you can see, it re-renders my components. Okay. What else you can do? You can create here back or forward buttons, for example. And using back methods, you can open up the previous page. And let's get back. Using forward, you can open up the next page. If I click, as you can see, the home page. Okay, this is how we can use useRouter hook. As its name implies, it's a hook. So even if we don't have here any click event, your component has to be a client-side component because we are using a hook. So let's remember how we can use our path name. We are using path name and use path name hook. Let's import again. It comes from React Navigation. And let's see what's inside. I'm going to open my console. And as you can see, it shows me the path name. It starts with /. And if I write here any query, let's say test, it's not showing my query. It shows only my path name. But how we are gonna reach this query? I will say const query and use search params. and I can get any query I want. Remember, in our example, it was Q. So if I say query, or let's say search params get Q. Let's write it here. I will refresh, and as you can see, Q is here. So you can search for any query you want, like sort query, like price query, anything you want. This is how we are using this search params hook. But as I said, those are for client-side components. What about server-side components? I'm going to write here, client-side navigation. So let's open up our Slack page. And remember, it's a server-side component. When we learned how to fetch data, we are going to fetch our data from a database. So it's better to keep this component as server-side component. But how am I going to reach this Slack name? It's really easy. We can directly destructure our params here, and let's see what's inside. I'm going to open up my terminal, and let's check here a blog page, this one. And as you can see, our parameter includes a Slack, and it writes whatever it comes after blog. Localhost, blog, and post. If I say post test, and it's here. So if I do the same thing for my blog page, console log params. Let's open up the blog page. As you can see, it's empty. But what about search params? Again, you can destructure search params. Let's write it here. It's empty for now. But if I write any query, you can see your query here, destructure, and use it for fetching data or whatever you want. Okay, right now we know how to take our parameters or search queries. So let's see how to fetch data in Next.js. Of course, we are going to create our own blog posts and we are going to fetch them using our database. But for now, for the learning purpose, let's use a fake API. To do that, we are going to be using JSON placeholder. It's a free fake API for testing purpose. If you come here, let's check posts. It gives the post title, body, and the user ID. So using this endpoint, let's try to fetch this data on our API. I'm going to delete here. And I will fetch this data. My component should be an async component because fetching data is an async operation. And here, let's create a function. I will say const get data async. I will say const response. Await. We are going to fetch from JSON placeholder and posts. Let's correct here. And it's going to return as a response. And I will check my response here. I will say if response is not okay, if there is an error, we can throw new error and say something went wrong. And if everything is okay, we can send our data. Of course, the data should be a JSON. So I will say return response.json. So using this function, I can retrieve my data. So I will say const posts await and get data. And using those posts, I can call my postcard. So let's delete them. I will say posts.map for each post call this div. Of course, we are going to need a unique key, and it's going to be post.id, because remember, here id is unique. And I can pass my post here. And in this component, I can take this post and show the post title and post description. Let's see. I'm gonna refresh. As you can see, titles are here. But where is our description? No, it's gonna be body, not description. Okay, it works as we expected. And by default, Next.js caches the API responses, and it increases the performance. So if I visit another page and come back, it's gonna be much faster because this data is cached. This is the default behavior. But how we are gonna change it? By the way, let's close them. Okay, I'm gonna close my sidebar, and if you don't want to cache this data, you can write here an option. And I will say cache. As you can see, by default, it's force cache. You don't have to write it like that. It's the default. But if you don't want to store anything, you can just say noStore. Right now, when you visit other pages and come back, it's gonna refetch your data. It's gonna be slower, but each time you will see the fresh data. So if you have any data on your database that is changing constantly, it's better to use noStore. But if you have a blog website that you write once a week, it's better to use the cache. But also you can revalidate your data and you can give any duration. To do that, inside option, I will say next, revalidate, and you can write here any time period. So let's say 3600 seconds, which is 1 hour. So it's gonna refresh your data in every 1 hour. This is another option. So let's see our single pages. When I click here, it's gonna open up a single post. To do that, we can use this post ID. But in our example, remember, instead of ID, it should be a slug. When we create our database, we are gonna use it like that. But for now, for the test, we can use those IDs, post IDs. So I'm gonna open up the postcard again, and inside this link, I'm gonna wrap my text here, and right here, post.id. Let's check. When I click here, it's gonna open up blog page and this ID. Okay. Right now, using this slug, let's try to fetch a single post. To do that, again, we are gonna be using this API. And as you can see, we can use this endpoint, posts, and the post ID. You can change here and fetch a single post. Let's use it. I'm gonna copy this. Actually, let's copy here and open up our single page, Slack. I will say get data. Our component will be async component, and using this function, we are gonna fetch our post. Const post is gonna be get data, but remember, we should use here a post slug. So let's write it like this, and I want to cache this data, so I'm gonna remove that. And remember, using params, we can reach to our slug. Let's destructure this. Const slug is gonna come from params. So I can pass this slug here, and I can get that slug and use it here. And right now I can use my post. Let's come here, change this description, post.body. And where is our title? Here. Let's change it. And let's see. This is our title and description. And as you realize, we have a user here. And in our example, our post includes a user ID. Using this ID, we can fetch our user. Let's check. If I say users and the user ID, as you can see, it gives the username, email, and other details. If you want to, you can fetch this user here, and you can pass this post and this user. But if you want to, you can create another component just for this user and fetch the data inside that component. I prefer using this method because if you fetch data in one function, it's gonna fetch your post, and even if you have the post, you will have to wait for the user. So if you wanna increase the page speed, I recommend you to fetch your post first, and after using this user ID, fetch this user in other server component. Let's do that. I'm gonna come here, create a new folder, and I will say post user. Let's say post user JSX, post user module.css, and let's create our component here. And I'm gonna open my single page. Let's cut here and paste here. Let's say container username, title and username. Let's import our CSS. Post user module CSS. Let's open up our CSS. Here, I'm gonna copy this, paste here, and the first one will be container, title, and username. Okay, right now I can use this component here. As you can see, nothing has changed. And when we fetch our post, we will get a username, and we can pass this username to our component. So I will say user ID equals post.user ID. Let's check. I'm gonna open up posts. Okay, user ID. Okay, so using this user ID, I can fetch my data. So let's say async. We will do exactly the same thing. This time we are gonna have the user ID. We are gonna fetch users and the user ID. So let's say const user await get data and user ID, and it's gonna return us the username, user.username. And as you can see, it's here. In this case, you don't have to wait for the user. It fetches this post first, and after fetches the user. But if you do that, you should show here an indicator like loading text or a skeleton component. To do that, we can use React Suspense. So let's come here, open up our single page, and I'm gonna call the Suspense component comes from React, and we are gonna need a fallback. Basically, it's gonna be our indicator, and it will say loading. Okay. But of course, it's gonna cache our data. To prevent this, remember, you can say cache noStore. And let's refresh. As you can see, this is how we can use suspense blocks. If you want to, you can create here a component called skeleton and show that component instead of this loading text. But I'm not gonna waste time. It can stay like this. So right now, let me show you one more thing. Since we are using Next.js 14, we don't need to use an API. Of course, we can create, and I'm gonna show you how. But if we don't have API endpoint, we don't need to use the fetch method. So how we can fetch data without using any API? Let me comment them out. I will say fetch data with an API. I will do the same thing for the blog page. Let's comment this out. So instead of fetching data directly inside our component, I'm gonna come here and inside library, I will create a new file and it's gonna be data.js. Of course, you don't have to use exactly the same file and folder. You can name them whatever you want. And here I will say export const. I will say export because we are gonna use it in our component. And let's say posts. Actually, let's say get posts. We don't have any data yet, but I can create here a temporary data. Let's say const users. It's gonna be ID1, name John, ID2, Jane, and I'm gonna create some posts. ID, title, body. Second one, user2 and user2. So when we call this function, we can return these posts. Of course, when we create our database, it's going to be an async function and we will fetch our data from the database. But for now, it can stay like that. And I will say get post. I'm going to return a single post. We are going to check our array and we are going to find the post that has this ID. And I will do the same thing for a user, just like this. And in my blog posts, we don't need this function anymore. I can directly call my posts here. Const posts await get posts. Let's check. As you can see, they are here. Let's call this here also with an API, without an API. For the single page, I'm gonna do exactly the same thing. I will say get post with API and without. And for post user, again, and I will say get user. I will click. Okay, as you can see, there's an error. Let's come back and put here question mark. And if there's a post, we will call this component. And let's see what's inside. Let's check our data here. Const post. Okay, it's undefined. If I say ID, it's 1. If I say type of ID, you are gonna see that it's a string. This must be the problem. If I say parse integer and ID. Okay, our post is here. That was the reason. And I'm gonna return this post. But it's not a problem because we are gonna send our slug, not this ID. But for now, it can stay like that. And of course, when we create our database, we are gonna use here try catch blocks, and we will be able to catch our errors and show a user a meaningful error here. Okay, this is how we are gonna fetch our data. We will use this data file instead of creating an API. So let's create a MongoDB and fetch our items using that database. I'm gonna close everything here and open up MongoDB Atlas. And in this page, you can create your free cluster. I'm not going to show you how to do that. It's really easy. But after creating your free cluster, make sure that you created a user and a password. In my case, it's going to be Lama Dev, and the password will be exactly the same. And we are going to click on the network access. And here we have to add an IP address. Otherwise, we will not be able to make any changes in our database. If you want to, you can add your current IP address. If you deploy your application, you should write here your server IP address. But for this tutorial, to make everything easy, let's say allow access from everywhere, because we are not going to use it in public. So there is no problem. It's going to take a while. And after that, let's click on database. And we are going to connect to our database. We will be using Node.js, so I will click here. And this is our database URL. As you can see, the username, password, I'm going to write here Lama Dev also. And using this URL, we will be able to connect to our MongoDB. So this is important, and we shouldn't reveal this in public. To do that, we can use env file and hide our secret key. Let's come here. Inside the root file, I will say .env, and let's say mongo equals this URL. I'm gonna write here my password. And after this URL, you can write any database name, let's say Next 14 tutorial, or you can write blog or whatever you want. After that, let's open up the git ignore file because we don't want to reveal our env, and make sure that .env is included in your file. So when you push your project to GitHub, it will not be visible. So using this variable, I will connect to MongoDB. If you want to, you can install MongoDB, but I prefer using Mongoose. It's much easier to work, and it's kinda type safe because you can create your own models. As you can see, there is a cat table, and this table includes only name, and it should be a string. So if you try to create a new cat with name and let's say age, it's gonna throw an error because it should be only name and its type should be a string. To create these kind of models, we are gonna need Mongoose. So let's open up our terminal. I'll create one more terminal here, and I will say npm install mongoose. And I'm gonna write here the exact version. It's gonna be 8.0 and 0. Because again, if you watch this tutorial in the future, I don't want you to encounter any error. This is why I want you to use exactly the same version. And after that, let's read the docs. I will say connections. And we will use mongoose and connect method, and we are gonna pass here our secret key. Remember, it's inside env file. But I want to use try catch block because it might throw any error. As you can see, try catch. So I'm going to open up my library and let's create connect to DB Auth.js. Or if you want to, you can create another file and say utils.js and write your function here. Let's do that. Const connect to db is going to be an async function. And I'm going to paste my connection method. Let's import. And it's going to be process, env file, and Mongo. And if there's an error, let's console log this and throw this error. You can write this string or directly pass your error. And I will say export const because we are going to use it. But there's a problem here. Since we are using the development mode, whenever we refresh our application, it's going to create a new connection. To prevent this, I'm going to check if we have the connection or not. If we have, we are going to return the existing connection. If we don't have, we are going to create a new one. So I will say const connection is going to be an empty object. And I will say if connection is connected, we are going to directly return. We are not going to create anything. But if it doesn't exist, I will say const db equals this connection. And I'm going to update my connection here. I will say connection is connected will be database connection. And we are going to take the first connection and ready state. Don't worry about here. You don't have to memorize anything. Basically, we are saying, okay, we don't have any connection. I'm creating a new one. And after creating, we are going to update our connection. And next time when we call this connect to db, it's going to check the connection. And since it's not empty, it's going to use the existing one. So let's create our models. I'll say models.js. Remember how we were doing this. mongoose.model, the model name, and whatever we want to create. But also we can use schema. Let me show you how to do that. But first, let's decide what we are going to create. We are going to create a post and a user. It's going to be really easy. I will say const user schema. We are going to create new mongoose schema. Let's import. Oh, why it imported like that? We are going to be using ES6 import. And using this schema, I'm going to write my types. Firstly, we are going to have a username. And let's write here our options. Its type will be string. I'll say required true because we can't create any user without username. And unique will be true. We cannot create a user with the same username. It should be unique. And what else we can give? We can give minimum character. It's going to be 3. And let's say maximum 20. And what else we can have? We can have an email. Again, type string, required, unique, and let's say maximum 50. And we are going to create a password, and the minimum character will be 6. And we can have an image. Type will be string. But it will not be required, so I will not write anything else. And finally, I will say is admin. The type will be Boolean, and by default, it's going to be false. So if a user logs in, is admin properly will be false. And additionally, we can add here timestamps. It's going to be true. Basically, when we create any user, it's going to create the creation date automatically. So let me close here, by the way. And I will do the same thing for the post. Let's copy this. And it's going to be post schema. So we are going to have a title. It's going to be a string required. It doesn't have to be unique. I will delete this. I will say description. Again, string required. And I can delete this. If you wanna, you can give maximum. We are gonna have an image. I will delete this. But it's not required. We are gonna need the user ID. The type will be string and it's gonna be required. We can't create any post without user. And I'm gonna create one more thing and it's gonna be our Slack. So when we create here a new post, for example, new post, and the Slack will be new dash post. And it has to be unique. Required and unique. Okay, and again, timestamp. Right now, using those schemas, we can create our models. I will say export const user, and we are going to create this user, but there's a problem here. If we already have a user in our database, we don't have to create a new one. Instead, we are going to use the existing one. So I will say mongoose.models. We are going to check our models. If there's a user inside, use it. If not, create new one. And I will do the same thing for post. Just like this. And that's all. Using those models, we are ready to create new user, new post. We can update them, we can fetch them. Let me show you how to do that. Let's close everything and open up data. And right now, I don't need them anymore. Let me comment this out. And I will write here, try catch block. If there's an error, firstly, we are gonna console log. And after that, we are gonna throw this error. And let's write here, failed to fetch posts. And let's try to fetch our data. I will say const posts. By the way, let me know in the comments if you want to see this coplot or not. It might be annoying for you. If it's annoying, just let me know and I will close. And I will say await post model. And I will say find. So it's gonna return all the posts we have. So let's return this. But of course, to use this method, we should be connected to DB. So I will say connect to DB. So let's do the same thing for others. I will paste here and here. And we are going to have the post Slack. And it's going to be user ID. It can stay like that. And I will say post find. And I'm going to pass here my Slack. It basically means Slack equals Slack. But if you are using the same name, you can directly write it like this. And I'm going to pass this post here. And what about user? We are going to get the ID. I will say user. We are going to be using the user model. And we are going to find by ID. And I'm going to pass here this ID. And again, if you want to get all users that we are going to use in our admin panel, I will just say users find. So it's going to find all and we are going to return. It's that easy, guys. So let's open up our posts page, this blog page, and let's see what we have. As you can see, we don't have any post. Let's come here and add some posts. As you can see, this is the previous project. I'm gonna choose my database here and inside users, let's create a new user. I'm doing this because we don't have any admin panel yet. So I will say username is gonna be John. Let's add new one. Email john@gmail.com. We should get a password 126. Of course, we are gonna hash this password later, but for now it can stay. And what else we have? Let's open up our models. Okay, by default it's gonna be false. Is admin and false. Of course, it's gonna be a boolean. String, string, string. Okay, let's create. And I'm gonna duplicate this. I will say clone, but it's gonna be Jane. Jane. Okay. And one more. And let's say admin. Admin, and it's gonna be true. Okay. So right now, using this user ID, I can create a new post. I will say user ID, this ID, title, hello world, description, test, and what else? We don't need this. We are gonna need Slack. And let's say hello-world. Okay. Let's create one more. Second post. Second task description. Of course, we can give some images so we can see it better. Let's open up Pexels again. I'm gonna choose this one. So I will say edit, add here new field, and it's gonna be image, and I'm gonna paste it here. Okay, and the other one doesn't have image because I want to show you something. So let's see. I'm gonna refresh the page, and as you can see, hello world and second post. Let's update our image. Inside postcard, I'm gonna write here a condition. I'll say if post has an image, use it here. Like that. And let's click. As you can see, there's an error. Okay, we cannot fetch our user. There's something wrong there. Let's open up the single page. And comment this out for now. Okay, we don't have post because this is our post ID. But remember, it has to be Slack. So inside postcard, I'm gonna say block, and it's not gonna be ID, it's gonna be Slack. Let's get back. And when I click, it's gonna open up the hello world. But again, it cannot fetch our data. Let's open up console, and I'm gonna close here. Okay, it's correct. But why it's not showing? By the way, let's say if there's an image, and I'm gonna update my content, it's gonna be post.description. Oh, this is an array. Get post, because when you say find, it's going to return an array. To prevent this, I will say find one. I can say that because I know that it's unique. So I have to say the same thing here, but we don't need. We are already saying find by ID. It's going to return only one user. And right now it's here. But what about this image? I use different one. Because I didn't change here. Let me close this menu. And it's going to be post.image. Okay, perfect. We are going to change this created at date, but we didn't add them. Let's actually find a user here and copy this created at date. And I'm going to edit. I will say created at and paste here. Of course, the type should be the date. I will do the same thing here. Okay, right now I can show it. Let's close here. And I will say post.created at. But if I do that, it's going to give me an error, as you can see, because the type of our date is a date object. We cannot show it directly. To do that, I will say toString. And as you can see, it shows this long date, but I want to see only the day, month, and the day, and maybe this year also. It's not today's date because we are using different database here. So I will come here and use a slice method, and I will say take from the first character to 16th character. Actually, I can delete here also. Let's say 4th. And perfect. And what about our user? Let's get this back. As you can see, John is here, but I forgot to change this image. It should be inside this component. So I'm gonna cut this, open up post user, and let's update here. It's gonna be container. After we are gonna have the image, and I'm gonna wrap my texts. Let's say a div texts, and wrap my texts. Let's open up our CSS. In this case, it's gonna be texts. For the container, I will say display flags, and gap between image and texts will be 20. Okay. Let's remove here. And it's gonna be user.avatar. It was avatar or image. Okay, image. And of course, remember, it's not required. So I should write here a condition if it exists. Actually, I can do here something else. I will say if it exists, show the user image. If it's not, show no avatar.png. Let's check. Okay, it's here. I'm gonna save. And here. And perfect. Of course, I should change its style. Inside single post, remember we had avatar, but we don't need this anymore here. Instead, we are going to be using post user, and before texts, I will say avatar. Okay, So this is how we are fetching data. But remember, when we use API, we were able to stop caching. It was here, I think. Okay, we said cache noStore. But how we are gonna do when we don't use fetch? Let's close everything, open up data. So if you don't wanna cache your data, you can add here Next.js noStore function. But this feature is not stable for now. Probably it will be stable soon, but we can use it. By the way, let's move them on the top of the file. And I will say import unstable noStore as noStore from next cache. And when it's stable, you don't have to use this name. It's going to be directly noStore, and we will be able to use it. So I'm going to come here and call this function, and that's all. It's not going to cache anymore. As you can see, loading and after John. And this is how you can control caching. So let me show you how to improve search engine optimization. If you open up your layout file, let's close here, you are going to see that there is a metadata. And this is the main title of our application. Let's say Next App title and description. And let's open up the home page and inspect. And inside head tag, you are going to see that our title and description is here. But if I open the blog page, again, we are using exactly the same title and description, but it's not a good idea for the search engine optimization. We should give different title and description for each page, especially for our posts, products, whatever important for your SEO. Because people are gonna search for the title of posts or anything in the description. In this example, you can see that statically changing title and description is really easy. Just copy this metadata and let's open up the contact page. And before this function, I will just say metadata, next app, contact page, and contact description. And I can do the same thing for example, about page, let's open up. As you can see, it's here. This is how we can change statically. But before explaining how to create dynamic titles and descriptions, let me show you one more thing here. If you realize we are using this text all the time, next app contact page, next app about page, and for the home page we are directly using next app title. So instead of writing this text again and again, we can create our own template. Let's see how to do that. I'm going to open up my layout, and instead of this text, I'm going to create here an object, and I will say by default it's going to be Next.js 14 homepage. And also I'm going to create here a template, and I will use %s, and let's say Next.js 14, and let's leave it like this. Basically, instead of this s, we can use different titles, but we don't have to add this part again and again. Let's try. I will come here, and let's delete here, contact page, and about page. This is the Next.js 14 homepage, about page, and our default template, and contact page. This is how we can use it. So what about dynamic title and description? Let's open up our single post, and I want to add this title to metadata and this description. So let's open up the single page, So I'm gonna come here and say export const. I can't use metadata because I have to fetch this post first and get the title and description. So I'm gonna use generate metadata. It's gonna be async, and again we can get our params, and we can destructure as we did here, and we can fetch our data. And using this data, we can return our title and description. It's going to be post title and post description. Let's see. As you can see, hello world, and our description. If I open up the second page, second single post, as you can see, it's here. Perfect. You might think that why we are fetching data twice, but don't worry. In Next.js, if you try to fetch exactly the same data twice or multiple times, Next.js fetches only once. So even if you use an API call, it's not gonna fetch again. It's gonna make only one request. So let me explain you server actions, and after that we will be able to add our own posts and users. So let's create our first server action. I'm gonna come here and I will say actions.js, and let's create a function. Say hello. And to make this function a server action, I'm gonna write here useServer directive. And after this point, whatever I do inside this function is gonna run on the server. So let's say console log hello. And there's something important here. If you are using server actions, your function has to be async. Whether you are returning an async event or not, doesn't matter. It has to be async. So I will say export, and let's use it in our, let's say, actually I'm gonna create new page, server action test, page.js x component test page. So right now inside this div, let's create a form, and it's gonna include only a button, test me. And when I click on this button, it's gonna call our action. What was the name? Say hello. I'm gonna import. I'm gonna open my terminal, and let's see. Server action test. And when I click here, as you can see, it calls our function and it says hello. And since we are using a form, we can create any inputs here like post title, description, or whatever. And using this action file, we can create a new post. By the way, you don't have to create this file. You can also create your own action here. Const action in component. As I said, it has to be async. Console log, it works. Let me write it like that. And of course, I will say use server. Let's try. I'm gonna click and it works. So let's see how it works. I'm gonna open my console and network tab, and when I click here, you are gonna see that it's actually calling an API request. As you can see, the request URL is our URL, and payload includes an action ID. If we have any input here, it's gonna include that also, and it returns us 200 status code. So basically, whenever you call an action, it's gonna make a post request. So instead of this small test, let's try to add a new user. Of course, we are not an admin and we are not authenticated. We are gonna handle this later, but for now, to understand server actions better, let's do that. I'm gonna delete this. Actually, let's say add post async, and when we have our inputs here, remember we need a title, description, slug, and what else? Let's check. Title, description, image, it's not required. Okay, user ID. And they all are gonna be string, so they can stay like this. And when I click on this button, let's say create, we are gonna take all this form data as a prop. So I will say form data, and let's see what we have inside. I'm gonna call this action, of course. Let's delete this. And here, let's see. I will say, let me zoom in. Title, description, slug, and user ID. And let's try to destructure our items. Const title equals form data get title, description, and slug. Let's see them. I'm gonna click. As you can see, they are null because we didn't provide any name. It's really important. Name, description, slug, and user ID. Let's see right now. I'm gonna click, and as you can see, they are here. And also you can destructure this instead of writing them one by one. So let's comment this out, and I will say const title, description, and slug from form data, and also user ID. Let's check. Again, I will click. Of course, it's undefined because we didn't get any of those items. To do that, we are going to be using object from entries and form data. Let's try. And they are here. And right now, using those fields, we can add a new post. To do that, firstly, I'm going to be connected to MongoDB. So I will say connect to DB. If you wanna, let's write here, try catch block. If there's an error, we are gonna console log and we are gonna return, let's say error, something went wrong. And after connecting, I will say const new post, and I'm gonna create a new post. Remember, this is our model. I'm gonna import, and I'm gonna pass inside my title, description, and slug, and user ID. Let me close here. And after that, I can save this to our database. So I will say await new post dot save. And let's write here a console log save to DB. Let's open up again. And when I click save to DB, let's check. I'm gonna refresh. And as you can see, it's here. And if I visit my blog page, you can see that our item is here. Let's add new one. Title 2, description 2, slug 2, and user ID. And again, it's here. But if you remember, in our data file, when we fetch our posts, we are not using noStore function as we did here, but it still shows our posts. That's because we are in the development mode. If you build your application, you will not be able to see your changes immediately. But how we can let Next.js know that we added a new post and it should update our page? It's really easy. I will just come here in my action, and after the successful operation, I will say revalidate path, and I'm gonna write here my URL, which is blog. So whenever I add a new post, even if we cache our blog posts, it's gonna revalidate our path and it's gonna show us the fresh data. So this is how we are using server actions. We can do the same thing for deleting data. How we can do this? I will say delete post, and we are gonna need only post ID. Actually, let's directly say ID. And again, we are gonna be connected to MongoDB. And after, I will say await post model and find by ID and delete. And I'm gonna pass here my ID, delete it from DB, and if everything is okay, again, we are gonna revalidate our path and it's gonna refresh our data. It's that easy, guys. By the way, if you are using multiple server actions in one file, you don't have to provide use server directive again and again. Just use it at the top of the file. So it's gonna apply for any function. So let's come here and I'm gonna create another form. I will call delete data. What was the name? Delete post. Of course, I should export first. And we are gonna need a post ID. I will create a button and I will say delete. Let's try. Let's get this post ID. If you want to, you can pass the slug also, but anyway, ID is a better option. We are gonna take this ID and delete. Okay, let's try. I will get back and refresh. It's here. I'm gonna paste, delete. If I go to the blog page, okay, it's still here because again, I forgot adding here the name. It's really important, guys. You shouldn't forget. And it's gonna be ID. Remember, here. Let's try again. I will paste and delete. I will check and it's not here anymore. As you can see, you don't need any API route. You don't need to use any click event and track this progress. Everything is much easier. So the question is, are we replacing APIs with server actions? If you ask my opinion, the answer is no. If you have a complex application, if you are using multiple platforms, you are still gonna need an API because you can dispatch your actions only on your website. And also, if you have a huge schema like posts, users, categories, products, of course, using an API might be a better solution. So it depends on your project. But again, in my opinion, if you have a small application and just have a couple tables, I think server actions are great. But if you have something complex, use API routes. Let me show you how to do this also, and you can compare. So let me explain how to create an API route. If you remember, we can create our pages in the app directory using the path name of the pages, and we will do something similar here. We will create our API inside the app router. So let's say API, and the path name of this API will be /API. And inside our API, we are going to have some endpoints like API and users, and inside users, another endpoint, and it's going to be API users and the user ID. So using this ID, we can get, delete, or update our user. And let's create one more, and it's going to be posts. So we can do exactly the same thing here. In the app directory, I'm going to create a folder called API, but there is something important here. We have to let Next.js know that this is an API route, not a page. So the file name has to be route.js or TS. And right now, Next.js knows that this is an API route and it's ready to get our user requests and send a response. So in this example, we are going to have users route, and using this route, we will be able to get all users or create a new one. So let's move this here, and I'm going to create my users folder. Just like that. And for this endpoint, again, I'm going to create a folder, but remember, this number will be dynamic. So inside users, I'm going to create a dynamic route, and I will say the user ID, and using this ID, we can make the CRUD operations. So this is how we can create Next.js APIs. So let me show you how to receive a request and send a response in Next.js API routes. So I'm going to come here and create a new folder. And it's going to be API. And for the blog page, for example, we are going to fetch our data. And inside, I will say route.js. Since we are fetching data, our request will be a GET request. So I will say export const GET request is going to be async. And we are going to get the user request. Let's say request. And again, try catch block. If there is an error, we are going to console log. And also we can throw this error. New error, failed to fetch posts. It's exactly the same. Let's connect to the MongoDB. And again, posts, await, post, and find. I'm going to import this. And if everything is okay, we are going to return this post. To do that, we are going to be using Next.js response. Next response, it comes from Next server, JSON, and posts. That's all. For this example, we don't need any request because we are fetching all these posts anyway. Let's use this endpoint and fetch our data in the blog page. If you remember, we are fetching data with an API just like this. And right now, instead of this fake API, we can use our endpoint. So I will say localhost 3000 API and block. Let's get this back. And right now, I'm going to comment this out and take it back. There's an SSL problem, of course, it's going to be HTTP. Let's see. I'm going to refresh. As you can see, they are still here. Nothing has changed. So what about single post? Let's create our slug. and Auth.js. And we are gonna do exactly the same thing, but this time we are gonna need our params. Remember how we are doing this? We are able to take our params like that, so we can do exactly the same thing in our API routes. But be careful, it has to be after request, like that. So let's destructure our Slack, const Slack from params. So using this Slack, I can find my post. Remember how we are doing this? Find one, and I'm gonna pass here my Slack like this. Let's say post, post, and post. So let's use this API route right now. I'm gonna come here, comment this out, open my API fetching, and here, of course not this title, and I'm gonna change my URL. Localhost 3000, API and Slack. Of course, you can write this URL in your env file, so each time you don't have to change everything. By the way, as you can see, there's an error because I didn't write here block. But again, there is something wrong. Let's check. But localhost 3000, API block, and Slack. Okay, the reason is I forgot making this dynamic. Right now I will refresh and it's here. Perfect. So you can do the same thing for post or delete requests. So you can come here and say delete. Again, we can delete one and pass here our Slack. Failed to delete post. Of course, we are not going to return anything. We can just say post deleted. So when you want to delete your post, you have to make a delete request, and it's going to be just like fetch block our Slack, but the method will be the delete method. But of course, we are not going to delete anything, and it can stay like that. Let's leave it like this. And I'm gonna close everything. Right now, we know how to fetch data, how to add new data, or how to delete. But to do that, we have to be authenticated first, and we have to be an admin. And we can restrict our blog posts. It can be premium feature for authenticated users. So if we are not logged in, we will not be able to see our posts. So let's learn Next.js 14 authentication. So let's open up the documentation of Auth.js, and I'm gonna click on API reference and find the latest version. As you can see, it's still beta, but it's compatible with Next.js 14. In the previous version, we had to use API routes, we had to wrap our entire application with an auth provider, but after this version, everything stays on the server side. So let's open up the documentation and see how to use it. Firstly, we are gonna install Next-Auth and beta. And when you watch this tutorial, probably it will be version 5, but for now we have to use it like that. And again, I highly recommend you to use exactly the same version with me. So I will say npm install 5.0.0 beta and 3. During this installation, let's see how to use it. As you can see, we are gonna need two environment variables, Next-Auth URL and secret. And after that, we are gonna need a configuration file. And inside this configuration file, we are gonna create this function and pass our providers. It can be Google provider, GitHub, or any other social media. And also, we can use user credentials. Let's first create our secret and URL. I'm gonna close here, open up my env file, and I will say auth secret and URL is gonna be localhost 3000, our URL, and we should add here API and auth. And for the secret, you can write anything you want, or you can generate a secret key using OpenSSL, like that. Let's copy this and paste here. It really doesn't matter what you write here. We are using this because when we are authenticated, Next.Auth is gonna create a session using this secret ID. So I'm gonna save here and let's create a new file. Auth.js. Let's paste this here. And to use GitHub provider, firstly we should create a new GitHub app. To do that, let's open up GitHub. And I'm gonna scroll down and find the developer settings. And I should create a new authentication app. Let's say Next 14 tutorial. Homepage URL will be our URL. And the callback URL will be our URL, API, auth, callback, and GitHub. So when you use other providers, again, you are gonna use same endpoint. You are just gonna change here. It's gonna be Google, Facebook, or whatever. Let's create. As you can see, it gives us a client ID and secret. We are gonna use them inside our env file. Let's copy this. And here I will say GitHub ID, and I'm gonna paste this, and GitHub secret. Let's reveal our secret. I will copy and paste. Okay, right now we can use them in our configuration. Client ID will be process env GitHub ID. And client secret will be GitHub secret. So using this function, we will be able to reach our user sessions, and also we can use sign in methods or sign out method. So we will use this in our login page, and we are going to use this in our Navbar component. Let's come here and open up the login page. And let's open up login. And let's call this function. To do that, we can use a form here and call this inside a server action. So I will say button login with GitHub. Of course, it's going to be a form here. I will say handle GitHub login. Let's create this function here, GitHub login, and it's gonna be use server. Don't forget adding here async. When I click on this button, I'm gonna call the sign in function. Let's import. And inside, I'm gonna write my provider. As you can see, there are many providers, but we are gonna be using GitHub. And of course, it's an async function, so I will say await. And let's see. I'm gonna click here And as you can see, this is our app name. I'm gonna authorize, but before, let's try to console log our session. Remember, we have auth here, and let's see what we have inside. I will come here and say async const session equals await auth. I'm gonna import, and let's see what's inside. By the way, there is a problem here because we didn't create our authentication endpoint. If you remember, we are using API and auth, but we didn't create anything. Let's come inside API and new folder, and it's gonna be auth. And our library is gonna handle every single endpoint like login, logout, error, or whatever it might be. So I'm gonna create a new folder and spread Next-Auth. So we don't have to write one by one logout, error, or anything it might be. Let me show you actually. I'm gonna come back and let's say getting started. And as you can see in the documentation, it says we should create API route, auth endpoint, and another endpoint, which is Next-Auth. Of course, it's using pages directory. We are using the new app router. So instead of writing Next-Auth.ts, I should create here a route file. Remember, this is how we are creating our endpoints. And as you can see, Auth.js handles every single endpoint for us. We don't have to create any of those. This is why we are spreading this endpoint like that. It might be confusing, but this is how it works. Okay. So this library is going to handle all the get and post methods. If you remember, we have handlers here, and it includes get and post methods. And we can take those and export inside our route. I will say export get and post from library and auth. Let's click and authorize. Okay, there is still something wrong. Oh, when did I create this? There is a layout, but we don't need this layout. I'm gonna delete. Okay, there is no problem. And if you check your terminal, you are gonna see your user session. As you can see, inside this session, we have a user object, and inside we have the username, email, and image. So we don't have to worry about sessions, tokens, cookies. Next.Auth does everything for us. If you use a custom authentication like sign in with user credentials, you don't have to create this API route. But if you are using social media accounts like GitHub, Google, Facebook, you should create this route. Otherwise, it's not gonna handle the session process. And let's try to log out. If you want to, you can move this function into action.js. I'm gonna scroll down and I will say export const handle GitHub login, and I'm gonna import this sign in. I'm gonna save, and let's import here. In this case, we don't need this. Actually, we don't need this either. We are not gonna check anything. When we create our middleware, after the login process, it's gonna redirect us to the home page. So let's give logout functionality for this button. I'm gonna open up Navbar, and inside, remember, we have links component, and here, where is logout? Here. So I will come here and create a form. And let's write our action. Handle logout. Let's create this. I will duplicate and change the name. And here I'm going to call the signout function. We don't have to pass anything. And I'm going to import it here. By the way, let's call our user session. If you remember, we were using these temporary variables, session and isAdmin. Right now, instead of this session, I can directly call my auth function, await, and auth. Let's import. And of course, our component will be an async component. But there's a problem here. We said use async. In this case, our component will be a server-side component, but here we are using useStateHook, which can be used in only client components. To prevent this problem, I'm going to leave it as client-side component, and I'm going to take my session as a prop. Async component, we are going to call auth function, and we are going to pass this session here. Session equals session. Let's take it as a prop. As you can see, right now we don't have any problem. It's going to check our session, and if session.user is admin, we are going to see this link and this button. If not, we are going to see this link. By the way, let's say user. Let's refresh the page. And I'm going to click here, but before I should console log. Otherwise, we can't see. Console log. Session. Okay, it's here. When I click, as you can see, logout button disappeared because we are not authenticated anymore. If you check your terminal, you are going to see this null value. Let's try again. Okay, authenticated. And when I click, logged out. So this is how you can create social media authentications. But how we are going to add this user to our database? Firstly, when we log in, we are going to check if the user exists in our DB or not. If it doesn't, we are going to create a new user. If we already have that user, we are going to return that user directly. And in this case, we will be able to use the isAdmin property, because when we log in, as you can see, we have only name, email, and image. But also, when we create a new user, isAdmin will be false. How we are going to do this? I'm going to close everything and open up Auth.js. And after providers, I'm going to write callbacks. And the callback will be sign in. Async sign in. And as you can see, it returns the user, account, and profile. Let's check what's inside. I'll just say user, account, and profile. And for now, I'm going to return true. It's going to be a comma. And let's see. I'm going to log in. And as you can see, this is our account. It shows our provider and the user access token. And profile includes our avatar URL, email, or anything related to our GitHub account. So using those informations, we can create a new user. You can use any information you want. So what I'm going to do here, let me shrink this. Firstly, I will say if account.provider equals GitHub, because remember, inside account object, we have provider and it's GitHub. Basically, I'll say if user is authenticated with a GitHub account, connect to DB and try to find that user. I'll say try catch. If there is an error, I will console log, and I'm gonna return false. So if you return false inside this sign-in function, even if user signs in with the GitHub account, if we fail to search for that user in our database, the user is not gonna be authenticated. We have to check it in RDB first. So I will say const user, await user, let's import our model. I will say find one, and I'm gonna check the profile email. If it doesn't exist, I'm gonna create a new one. I will say if there is no user in our database, const new user, and we can use profile name, email, and image. And if you want to, you can write here is admin false, but remember, by default, it's already false. We don't have to write it. And after that, I'm gonna save it to my database. Okay, there's a mistake here. Let's check. It ends here. We don't need this and this. Okay. And if we don't have user, we are going to create new one. If we already have, we are going to return true. Actually, let's return after this function. Okay. Okay, we couldn't import this model. So let's add here question mark. Okay, I'm gonna log in. And there's an error. Let's check. It says there is no provider because I didn't destructure them. Let's try again. I'm gonna log out and log in. And as you can see, access denied. We missed something. If there's an error, it's gonna show this page. And if you realize it's showing different URL, when I click, it shows the default login page. But in our application, we are using the login path. We are gonna change this. But before, let's check our error. As you can see, user validation failed because we didn't add any username. We set name, but it has to be username, and also the password is required. But in a social media authentication, we don't need any password. So I'm going to open up my model and change my field. I'm going to delete this and here. And as you can see, the field name is username. We are going to change it like that. Let's try again. I will log in. Okay, it's not passing our username. There is something wrong. Let's console log again this profile and see what's going on. I will come back and log in. I'm going to open up links. Maybe this console is coming from our Navbar. Okay, the profile is here. Oh, it's not name, it's login. So you have to be careful here because when you use GitHub, the username is login. When you use Google, the username is display name. Or when you use any other provider, it can be username or just name. So make sure first which data includes your username. Otherwise, you are going to encounter this error. So I will say profile.login. And again, for URL, we are going to use this. And email is correct. Let's try one more time. I will click and Let's check our data. I'm gonna refresh. And it's here. So when I log out and try to log in again, it's gonna find this user, so it's not gonna create the new one. So right now, let's see how we can create user using the credentials. So firstly, we can create the register page, and after we can log in. So let's come here and say register. Okay, we didn't create this page yet. Inside register, I will say page.jsx. I will create my component. Let's say register page. And I'm going to create here a form. So let's say form. We are going to add our action here, but before, let's create our inputs. Placeholder, let's say username. And remember, you should add here a name because we are going to be using server actions. Username. We are going to need email. Password. And one more, let's say password again. So let's say password repeat. And finally, a button, and I will say register. So let's create our action. And I will say export const register async form data. And let's get username, email, and password from our form data. And also password repeat. And firstly, I'm going to check if the passwords are equal or not. I will say if password doesn't equal password repeat, I will return password does not match. And if they are equal, finally we can create our user. Of course, firstly we should check if it exists in our database or not. If not, we are going to create a new one. So let's say const user model. I will say find one, and I'm going to search for the username. If there is a user in our database, I will return user already exists. So we can't create a new one. If not, we are going to create a new user, username, email, password, and if there's an image, we can add this also. But remember, it's not required. In any case, I'm adding here. And after, we are going to save the user. And if there's an error, we are going to return this error. Let's call this in our register page. And let's see. We are going to give a style. Actually, let's give quickly. I will say register.css. And I'm going to paste my style. There is nothing important here. And let's give a class name. Styles.form. Let's import our styles. Okay, by the way, I forgot module. If you want to, let's create here a wrapper and change the background color of that wrapper. It's going to be our container. And inside, I'm going to create a new div. It's going to wrap our form. And its class name will be wrapper. So let's enter everything inside this container and give a size for our wrapper and change the background color. Okay, it's much better. And I forgot adding here await. And let's see. We have await here. Let's try. I hope everything works properly. I will say from client. From client@gmail.com. Password and password. I will click. Let's check our database. I'm gonna refresh. And as you can see, our user is here. But there is something important here. As you can see, our password is a plain text. But before storing passwords, you should hash them first. To do that, we are going to be using a library. And it's going to be bcrypt. npm install and bcrypt. Let's see how it works. I'm going to open up the repository and find the usage. As you can see, this is going to be the plain text that comes from the user. Firstly, we are going to generate a salt, and after using this hash method, we are going to encrypt our password. Let's do that. I will say bcrypt from bcrypt. And before creating a new user, I'm going to change this password. So let's say generate salt, and after const hash password await bcrypt hash method, and we are going to pass here the user password and the generated salt. And right now we can use our password here. So let's try again. From client with password. Let's change here. And I will say from 1 to 6. I will register and let's see. And right now our password is hashed. So when we log in, again we are going to take the password from the user and we are going to hash it again. And we will compare that password with this password. If they are equal, the user will be authenticated. Let's do that, and after I'm going to show you how to handle errors here, because if I try to create a new user, it's going to return this error. But to see this error here, we are going to be using a hook. But before, let's see how to log in. I'm going to come here and let's create a form. I will close everything and open up my login page. And after this GitHub form, I'm going to create a new one, and it's going to be login action. Of course, we are going to create later, but for now, let's create our inputs. Placeholder will be username, and the name will be, again, username. One more, and it's going to be password. And finally, a button. Let's say login with credentials. Let's create this. I'm going to open up actions. And let's duplicate this actually. And I'm going to say login. So what we are going to do, we are going to take the username and password. I will delete the rest. We don't need here. And let's delete here. If there's an error, we will say something went wrong. And we are gonna sign in using Next-Auth credentials. So I will say await. Remember, we have a sign-in method, comes from Next-Auth. And the provider name will be credentials. And we are gonna pass here our username and password. Let's see, I'm gonna save and call this login function here. Right now we are passing our username and password, but Auth.js doesn't know how we are encrypting our password. So inside our provider, we should let it know that we are using MongoDB, we are passing the username and password and encrypting our credentials. Let's do that inside providers, and after GitHub, I will create credentials provider. Let's import this as we did for GitHub. Credentials provider, Next-Auth providers, and credentials. And after that, inside, I'm going to write my rules. To do that, we are going to be using authorize function. And we are going to pass here our credentials. There's a typo here. Okay. And inside, firstly, we are going to find our user using MongoDB. If the user exists and password is correct, we are going to return that user. If not, we are going to return null. So authentication will be failed. Let's actually create here a function. Otherwise, it's going to be really complicated here. I will say const login async function. We are going to take the credentials, and I will say try catch block. If there is an error, console log, and after throw that error. Let's say failed to login. And here I will say connect to DB. I will find my user. You already know how to do that. User model, find one, and we are going to pass here our username. And it's going to come from our credentials. And after, if there is no user, we are going to throw another error. And I will say user not found. But if you want to, you can say wrong credentials. And after, I'm going to check my password. I will say const is password correct. We are going to be using bcrypt and compare method. I will import. Okay, let's do this manually. Okay. And we are going to pass here the password comes from user, which is credentials and password. And the password, which is inside our user into DB. And again, another condition, if password is not correct, we are going to throw this error, wrong credentials. And finally, if everything is okay, we are going to return our user. Let's call this function here. Let's say try catch again. If there is any error, we are going to return null. We will not have any user. So let's call our function here, await login and credentials. And if everything is okay, we are going to return our user. Okay, let me check those awaits again. Because sometimes Copilot doesn't add them, as you can see. Await. And okay, there is something wrong. There is something wrong about bcrypt. Okay guys, let's remove this bcrypt and try to add bcrypt.js. npm uninstall bcrypt and npm install bcrypt.js. Let's change the library name bcrypt.js and in action I'm gonna run again npm run dev. Okay, there is no problem. Okay, let's try. I'm gonna zoom in. We are gonna give style, but for now it can stay. What was the name? From client with password and 1 to 6, and I will log in. Okay, it seems nothing has changed, but if I refresh the page, you are gonna see that we are logged in. So it works. But if I give different credentials, for example, that doesn't exist, I will log in and refresh the page. And as you can see, we are not logged in. So after the login process, we have to redirect our user to home page. To do that, we are going to be using middleware. But before, let me show you how you can handle errors. When we add different credentials, we can't see our errors here. Or when we register, again, we cannot see our errors. Let me zoom out and open up our register action here, and how we are going to show those messages. Of course, instead of sending here a text, you can throw new error and say password do not match, and it's going to open the error page. Let's do that actually. I'm going to save and let's write something. I'm going to register. As you can see, we are in the error page. And using that page, we can show our error message, but it's not a good idea because if there's an error, user has to go to the register page and write all this information again and again. To prevent this, we are going to be using useFormState hook. Let's search for it. I opened React documentation, and as you can see, this hook allows us to update the state based on the result of a form action. Let's check the example and you are going to understand better. As you can see, we have a form here and we are going to create our action here. Basically, this form state stores a state and we are going to pass here its initial value. In this example, it's 0. When we click on this form button, it's going to trigger form action, which is here. And this form action is going to dispatch our increment function. And it's going to pass this current value. And it's going to take that value, previous state, and also form data. Of course, there is no input here, but you can use form data. And what it basically does is increasing the number. So our current state will be 1 right now. If I click one more time, again, it's going to fire this function, but our state will be 1, and it's going to take that state and increase again. So how we can implement this in our register function? Basically, we can pass here an empty string, and when we trigger our server action, if there's an error, we can update that state. It will not be empty string anymore. It's going to be do not match, or username already exists, or something went wrong. By the way, for the consistency, we can add here object and error, because here we are using error. And again, I will do the same thing and error. If you want to, you can directly pass your text, doesn't matter, but this is gonna be our state. And we can check this state, and if there is an error, we can show it in our register page. This is the login page. I'm going to open up register. Okay, so let's use this hook. But remember, if you are using a hook, your component should be a client-side component. So let's create another component here. Inside components, let's close here. I will say register form .jsx. I will create my function and let's create style. And I'm gonna import this. Let's say container import styles from register form module CSS. Okay, so let's come here and copy this form. Actually, let's cut and paste here. We don't need this do. Okay, and I will say it's gonna be a client-side component. And right now I can use this useFormState hook. Just like this. Let's import. Okay, I can't import. Let's do this by copying here. It comes from React DOM. And at the beginning, our state will be, let's say, undefined. We are not going to have anything. And our action will be register. And I'm going to pass this action here. Let's import. Right now, I'm gonna call my component here, register form. We don't need this action anymore. And let's come here and copy this form and paste inside our new component CSS file. You can leave it form or change it to container, doesn't matter. And after this button, I can show my error. I will say if state has an error, show it here. But what if it's successful? As you can see, we are just writing a console message, but we are not returning anything. So I'm gonna return success true. And again, this information will be inside this state. So using that success boolean, I can redirect my user to the login page. So I will say useEffect hook if state.success. We are going to be using useRouter hook to redirect our user. So I will say const router useRouter hook. Let's import this from Next Navigation. And using this hook, I'm going to push my user to the login page. There is a typo here. Okay. Of course, we are going to need our dependencies, and it's going to be state.success and our router. Okay. And if you want to, let's add here a link. I will ask user have an account if you have login. And the href will be the login page. Let's refresh. And don't forget question mark. And there is one more thing. When we call our server action, we should pass here the previous state. Let's open up action. And we have form data, but we are going to also have the previous state. Let's try. I'm going to refresh. As you can see, our link is here. And if I use exactly the same username, let's copy this again. gmail.com, password, and register. As you can see, username already exists. If I give different and here, but if I change my first password do not match. So this is how we can handle server action errors. And this is awesome because even if you don't run JavaScript on your computer, it's still gonna work. So let's give the correct credentials. Let's say 2. Let's paste the same password. I will register. And we are in the login page. Perfect. So let's do the same thing for the login page. But before, I want to give my style. It's gonna be exactly the same. Inside components, I will say login form. .jsx. module.css. Let's copy here and paste actually. Again, client import will be login action, login form CSS. Again, form state, useEffect, useRouter. I'm going to change the name of the component. It's going to be login form. And we are going to make some changes here. We are going to need username and password. And I'm going to say login. If there is a state and error, we are going to show. And I'm going to change here. And let's say don't By the way, if you are using code here, it's gonna give this warning. It's not an error, but it's better to use it like this. Okay, let's call this component inside login page. Here, I'm gonna delete this form and write my login component. In this case, we don't need this login. And again, let's give class name, styles, container. One more is gonna be wrapper. I'm gonna wrap my items. Import styles from login module CSS, but we don't have. Let's create. And again, I'm gonna center my wrapper and let's give style for our form. And let's copy this from register component. I'm gonna copy and paste. Okay, if you want to, you can change this GitHub button. Let's do that quickly. Login CSS. And I will say GitHub. It's gonna be 100%. I'm gonna give some padding. Cursor will be pointer. Of course, I'm gonna give class name styles.github. Okay, it can stay like that. I don't want to waste time. Let's open up our action and see what are our messages. By the way, we don't need this. We are not fetching anything. And let's close everything and open up action. And inside login, as you can see, we return here something went wrong. And we are gonna need our previous state. And let's try. I will give some username that doesn't exist. Any password here. And I'm gonna log in. As you can see, something went wrong. And let's open up our server and see our error message. As you can see, the error message is credential sign-in. So when we give different credential, Next.Auth throws this error. So using this message, we can return a meaningful message. So let's write here an if block, and I will say if error.message includes this message, let's copy. I'm gonna return error and it says wrong username or password. And if it's not the case, if there's something other, we are gonna throw this error. Let's do the same thing again. I'm gonna log in. As you can see, invalid username or password. Perfect. But there is something important here. If I write the correct credential from 1 to 6, and as you can see, it returns an error, but our credential is correct. And if you check your terminal, you are gonna see the next redirect error. But why this is happening? Because after the successful authentication, Next.Auth redirects our user to home page using Next.js redirect method, and this method intentionally throws an error. And since we are using try catch block here, even if we are successfully authenticated, it's gonna catch that error. Let's open up the documentation. As you can see, calling redirect function throws a next redirect error. It does this because when you use the redirect function, Next.js wants to terminate whatever you do and redirect to desired page. To prevent this error, you can remove the try catch block, but in this case, we are not gonna catch our credential error. It's not a good idea. So what we can do here, instead of returning this message, I will throw this error. And if I log in, As you can see, we are logged in and we are in the login page. And right now, there is one more thing to do. If we are logged in, we shouldn't see this page. And also, if we are not authenticated, we shouldn't see blog pages. And if we are not an admin, we shouldn't see this admin page. You might think that we can use this auth function. Remember, it returns our user session. You can open up the login page and call our session, and we can say if there is a user, router push and the home page. You can also check if the user is admin or not. And you can use this functionality for the admin page, but there is a better solution, and it's Next.js middleware. Because using middleware, you can interrupt your requests and you can check the user permission without rendering this page. It's not even gonna visit this page. Next.js is gonna detect this URL, it's gonna check the user. If it's not admin, it's not gonna call the admin page. So let's do that. I'm gonna remove this. Actually, let's close everything and this terminal. And inside source directory, I'm gonna create a file and it's gonna be middleware. And if you are not using source directory, you should create this file inside your root folder, not inside app directory. We are gonna have here our default config object. It's not gonna interrupt our API calls or static files. And here I can use my auth function. But how we are gonna write our rules? To do that, inside callbacks, I'm gonna create a new function and it's gonna be authorized. And this function includes our user session and the user request. Of course, I'm gonna destructure this. And using this function, we can write our authorization rules. For example, we can say if auth doesn't exist, redirect user to login page, or if the user admin, they are allowed to see the admin page, and so on. But there is something important here. If we use our auth function inside middleware, it's not gonna work because we are using a Node.js library here, bcrypt. Also, we are using Mongoose, but the middleware is independent from any Node.js dependent library. To prevent this, instead of writing our function here, let's copy this and create a new file. And it's gonna be auth.config.js. I will say export const auth.config, and I will say callbacks and write my function here. Let's try. I will just say return false, but I have to pass here my login page, because if we are not authenticated, if we are returning false, it's going to redirect us to the login page. So I will say pages, sign in, and it's going to be the login page. And again, we should write here providers and leave it empty because we already defined them here. GitHub and credentials. We shouldn't have to write this, but if you don't write, it's not gonna work. So I'm gonna save. And let's use this config file here. I'm gonna call Next.Auth first and auth config. And I will say export default Next.Auth, and I'm gonna pass here my configuration and the auth function. So let's call our configuration inside the main function. I'm gonna come here and say auth config. Let's import like that. So it's gonna spread everything inside our configuration like providers. But since we are using different providers, it's gonna overwrite. So we will be able to use them. But inside callbacks, again, it's gonna overwrite. So we will not be able to use this function. To prevent this, I'm gonna come here and I will say auth config.callbacks. Okay. Let's see right now. Of course, it should be library. And as you can see, it redirects me to the login page. If I try to reach the home page, about page, contact, blog, doesn't matter, I will not be able to do that. Let's say blog, as you can see, it doesn't let me to visit any page because in any case, using this configuration, we are returning false. And since we return false, it redirects us to the login page. So right now I can write here my conditions. By the way, let's log out and let's see what's inside this auth function. Let's say true, otherwise we will not be able to see that. I'm gonna log in. I'm gonna open up my terminal. And as you can see, it includes our session, which has our username, email, and image. This is the default behavior. And if you log in with the user credentials, what was the name? Let's copy. 126, login. And right now it includes only our email. We don't have username, we don't have his admin. To prevent this, we should add the user information inside this session. To do that, we are gonna need two more functions here. I know it's a little bit complicated, but this is how it works. The first one will be async JWT, and the second one will be async session. Basically, when we are logged in, Next.Auth is creating a token, JWT token, and we have the user here, the user information, and using this information, we can update our token. Let me show you how to do that. I will say if there is a user, token.id will be the user ID, and token.isAdmin will be user is admin. Of course, if. And finally, we are gonna return our updated token. So right now, using this token, we can update our session. It's gonna be exactly the same thing. We are gonna have the session and token, and this time we are gonna update our session. Session user ID will be token ID, and isAdmin will be token isAdmin. We can reach this data because we updated our token here. In any case, we can control our token. Okay, right now let's see what's inside auth. I'm gonna log out. Let's write our credentials and log in. Open up the terminal. Right now we have the email, ID, and isAdmin. So you can add here whatever you want. You can add the username, or if you have any other fields, you can add it here. But the important thing is admin here, because using this field, we can redirect our user. Firstly, let's check our user. Const user auth.user. And we are gonna check if the user is on the admin panel. Const is on admin panel. And we are gonna check it using this request. Request next URL starts with admin. So if it's admin, it's gonna be true. So I can do the same thing for my blog posts. If on blog page, and it's gonna be blog, and one more, and it's gonna be is on login page. So right now we are gonna have a couple of conditions. First one will be only admin can reach the admin dashboard. And the second one will be only authenticated users can reach the blog page. And finally, only unauthenticated users can reach the login page. So let's write here our functionality. I will say if, let's write it like this, is on admin panel and user is not admin, we are going to return false. And it's going to redirect us to the login page. And the second one, if is on blog page and if there is no user, again, we are going to return false because it's not authenticated. And finally, if is on the login page and user exists, this time we will not be able to see the login page. So I will say return Next.js response redirect. And we are going to create here a new URL and we are going to pass home page request.next URL. This is how we are using redirect. And finally, if none of them, we are going to return true. Let's see right now. Okay, request next URL. It should be path name here. Dot path name. Okay. Let's try to open up the login page. As you can see, I can't because I'm authenticated. Let's try to see the blog pages. As you can see, I can because I'm authenticated. And if I try to visit the admin page, I cannot because I'm not an admin. Let's log out and try to open up the login page. As you can see, I'm not authenticated. Let's try to reach the admin page. Again, I cannot. And if I log in, oops, let's actually make this admin true. Admin is here and I can see my admin page. And that's all. And as I said, I know it's a little bit confusing, but when you create a couple of projects, you are going to get used to and you are going to understand better. It's an awesome library, but as far as I know, a really small group of people try to write this documentation. This is why it still uses Next.js pages and it's not updated so often. When you try reading their documentation, don't be overwhelmed. It's not well written or it's not totally up to date, but just follow my tutorial. Try to add here different credentials like Facebook and Google and play around this authorization function, this token function, and after creating your own project, I believe that you are going to understand more. Okay, right now, let's quickly create our admin page and add new posts and users. We already did this in our action file. We know how to delete post, how to add post. We are going to use those functions and we will be able to manage our posts and users in the admin panel. We don't have users here, I think. So let's do the same thing for the user. I'm going to copy this and paste. Let's say delete user. I'm going to call the user model. And we are going to revalidate the admin page because we are going to list our users there. And let's say add user. Let's remove here. And I will say take username, email, password, and image. And we are going to create a new user. Let's say new user, and again admin, By the way, when we delete a user, we are also going to delete their posts. So here I will say delete the user, but before await post delete many, and the user ID will be this user's ID. Okay. And again, since we are using a form, we can use the previous state to send our errors. I will do the same thing here. And when we add a post, again, we are going to revalidate admin also. And when we delete. Okay. So let's use them in our admin page. So what I'm going to do is create 4 components. The first one will be admin posts. And I'm going to create here a form that we can add new posts, and user list and user form. Let's do that. Inside components, let's say admin posts, JSX and CSS. I'm going to copy this and create 2 more admin users. And it's going to be admin post form. And user form. By the way, let's change this copy. Okay, so let's create our functions quickly. Styles.container. I'm going to copy this. And finally, admin users .module.css. Okay, let's use them inside admin page. I will say class name container, and inside we are going to have 2 rows. Let's import style. It's going to be CSS, rows and columns. Let's change here. Of course, it's going to be styles.container, styles.row, and let's say call actually. Inside first call, we are going to have the admin posts, but remember how we are using Suspense. And I'm going to call admin posts. I'm going to do the same thing here. It's going to be post form. And I will create another row, and this time it's going to be admin, users, and user form. Let's import. Okay. So basically, inside admin posts and users, we are going to fetch our data, and those will be form. In this case, we don't need suspense. We are not fetching data. They are just forms. So let's open up posts. I will say quickly async. Remember how we are fetching data. Const posts await. And what was the name? Let's open up our data. As you can see, get posts. I'm gonna import. And using this data, I can show my posts here. So let's say h1 posts. I'm gonna use my data.map, and for each post, let's create a container, and it's gonna be a single post. Of course, we are using map, so we need a unique key, and it's gonna be post ID. And inside, we will have the post detail, which includes a post image and a post title. Let's say span post.title. And it's going to be source post.image. And if there is no image, we can show no avatar.png. Let's give size. It comes from next image. And finally, after this detail, we can add a delete button. To do that, again, we are going to be using form actions. So I'm going to create a form here, button, and delete. Of course, to delete this post, let's open up action and see how we delete this. As you can see, inside form data, we are going to need the post ID. To do that, you can create here an input and make this hidden. Name will be ID and the value will be post.id. But instead of doing this, we can actually bind our ID before calling our action. To do that, let's write here delete post with ID. And I'm going to create this function here. We can take the post ID and I will return delete post, this action. And I'm going to bind my ID, the post ID. In this case, we should pass here our post ID. Like that. But if you don't want to do this, just call your delete post action and pass this input. Let me write it and comment out. So you can explore. Okay. Let's give class name here, post button. And I can give here styles.post title. And that's all, I think. Okay, Copilot has written SCSS. Let's fix that. Let's check the others. Okay. Okay, it's correct. And let's log in. There is something wrong because we didn't use server directive. Let's close everything and open up admin page again and find our component here. And I'm gonna write use server. And of course, we are directly passing our ID. We don't have to the structure. And using our action, we should take this ID before our form data. So I will comment this out. And Oh, we can't call our functions like that, I think. Okay, so what you can do is create another component just for this form and take that ID as a prop. Because if we cannot use a function here like that, you have to take this from the component prop and pass it here. So I don't want to create a new file. Instead, I'm going to use the previous version like that. I will take as a hidden ID. But anyway, you know how to use the bind method right now. This tutorial was way too long, so I don't want to create different component. Let's see right now. And we have an error here. Okay. Of course, they are user avatars, but if you want to, you can add here nopost.png, and let's click here. As you can see, it's gone. If I open up my blog page, it's not here anymore. Okay, it works. So I can do the same thing for the admin users. Again, it's gonna be async function, const users. We are gonna use get users data. And using this data, we will do exactly the same thing. So I will just copy and paste. Let's import image and delete user. Just like that. Let's try to delete Jane. And perfect. John. It's gone. It's that easy. You don't need any third-party library. This is how you can easily mutate data. And let's create our post form. So let's make this a form element, and the action will be, let's say, form action, because we are going to be using useFormState hook. Remember how we are doing this. Const state form action useFormState hook. We are going to call our action, which is add post, and the state will be undefined. Let's import this from React DOM, and inside this form, let's say h1 tag, add new post. We are going to have the post title, description, Slack, and image. It was image or img. Let's check. Okay, it's image. User is also image. I mean img. And they all are gonna be string. Actually, description can be a text area. Let's move it here. And it's gonna have 10 rows. And finally, a button. Let's say add. And if there is an error, we are gonna show it like this. Let's check. Add post, of course, state.error. Okay. And of course, since we are using a hook, it should be use client. Let's try test from panel. I'm gonna add, and something went wrong. Let's see. Oh, we don't have any user ID. It's really important. So again, I will say hidden, and it's gonna be user ID. We don't need this, but we are gonna need a value. But how we are gonna reach to our user ID? If you remember, after the authentication, we passed our user ID to user session. We can use it. To do that, let's open up the admin page. and I will say async, and I'm going to call my auth function. I will say const session await auth. And inside this session, we have the user. So let's come here and say user ID equals session user.id. Actually, we don't need this question mark because in any case, we are going to have the session thanks to middleware. So we can delete this. Let's take this as a prop. Where is our form? Here. And I'm gonna pass it here. If you think this hidden input looks a little bit weird, you can use the bind method here because we have the user ID. So let's try again. Let's copy this and paste. And it's here. Perfect. Let's check blog page and it's here. Awesome. So let's do the same thing for new user and after give a style and end the tutorial. It's gonna be exactly the same thing. I will copy this user form and I'm gonna paste. Let's say user. Actually, we don't need this user ID. Why did I created that? So I'm gonna delete this and we are gonna need username, email, one more is gonna be password. Let's change the input type, it's gonna be password. And I'm gonna delete this text area. And one more thing we are gonna need, by the way, and it's gonna be a select element. And the name will be is admin. If it's user, it's gonna be false. If it's an admin, it's gonna be true. And let's write here one more, and I'm gonna say is admin. Just like that, and by default it's gonna be false. We can choose user or admin. Let's try. I will say user from panel @gmail.com. Password is admin is, let's actually say no and yes, because we are asking question. Okay, let's say no. I will add, and as you can see, it's here. Perfect. So let's give our style. I will just copy and paste. As you can see, exactly the same thing as we did before. And the post form, exactly the same, like that. And for these lists, as you can see, they are just going to be display flags, justify content space between. And the same thing for users. Like that. So let's make them row because they are vertical right now. I'm going to open up my admin CSS and let's delete them and paste our CSS. As you can see, it's much better, but we can give space here. So I will say display flags, flags direction column, and gap between each row will be 100 pixels, just like that. Let's delete, add new one, last post. Okay. And let's say last user. It's gonna be admin. And it's here. Okay guys, that's all I think. If I missed something, just let me know in the comments. So right now you know how to create your pages. Of course, our password is too weak. How to fetch data. You know how to log in with social media accounts and credentials. And you know how to protect routes. And you know how to add data using server actions. So nothing else you need to know to create your own project. And as I said, if you want to go deeper and master your React skills, you can add your email to wishlist. It's going to be in the description. I hope you liked it. If you learned something new today, please like the video. You can support Lama Dev by using the link in the description below or by joining the channel. Don't forget to follow Lama Dev social media accounts. I hope I'll see you in the next tutorial. Goodbye.